soft-bodied mortals. Adjust your pillows, settle into your high thread count sheets, and try to ignore the fact that you are currently clinging to a damp rock, hurtling through a vacuum at 67,000 miles per hour. You're cozy, aren't you? You've got your weighted blankets, your white noise machines, and your lavender-scented diffusers. It's a far cry from the beginning of everything, when luxury was simply not being instantly vaporized by a stray gamma-ray burst. Tonight I am going to tell you the story of the universe. Not the sanitized, boring version you learned from a textbook with a coffee-stained cover. I'm giving you the real story, the one I watched from the front row while you lot were still figuring out that walking on two legs was better than dragging your knuckles through the dirt. We are going to talk about the birth and death of stars. It's a violent, disgusting, beautiful, and utterly chaotic process. And the best part? Every single atom in your fragile little bodies, from the iron in your blood to the calcium in your teeth, was forged in the guts of a dying star that basically vomited its insides across the cosmos so you could exist and spend your days arguing with strangers on the internet. Before we begin, I've been trying to impress some lady dragons, but I can't compete with these other males who have treasures larger than my own. Although, I've heard some humans say, size doesn't matter, and it's how you use it, whatever that means. Please consider liking and subscribing if you enjoy my stories, and let me know in the comments what tales you would like next from my hoard. Now, close your eyes. Breathe in that filtered, air-conditioned oxygen you take for granted. And let's go back to when the universe was nothing but a hot, soup-like mess. In the beginning there was, well, not much. Imagine the most boring waiting room in the world. Then remove the chairs, the magazines, and the air. That was the early universe. It was just hydrogen and helium drifting around like cosmic dust bunnies. If you think your Wi-Fi is slow, try waiting a few 100 million years for gravity to actually do something. You humans love your clean aesthetics. You have your minimalist apartments and your robot vacuums that keep your floors hair-free. But the birth of a star, that is a messy, grimy, industrial-scale catastrophe. It starts in a nebula, a giant cloud of gas and dust. Think of it as a cosmic dumpster. But instead of half-eaten kebabs and junk mail, it's filled with the raw materials of creation. Gravity, the only force in the universe more persistent than a telemarketer, starts pulling this junk together. It gets hotter, it gets denser. It's like a crowded subway car in mid-July. But instead of just smelling bad, the pressure becomes so intense that the atoms start screaming. Eventually, the temperature hits 15 million degrees. For context, that's slightly hotter than the internal temperature of a hot pocket straight out of the microwave. At this point, nuclear fusion ignites. Boom. A star is born. You call this majestic. I call it a violent chemical reaction that would liquefy your entire planet in a heartbeat. You mortals enjoy your sunny days and your beach trips, putting on your SPF 50 as if that little squirt of cream is going to protect you from a localized nuclear inferno. It's adorable, really. You take the sun for granted, treating it like a giant, free space heater, when in reality, it's a temperamental beast that could decide to burp a solar flare and send your precious electrical grid back to the Stone Age before you can even finish your latte. Part 2. The main sequence. The long, boring Middle Age. Once a star starts burning, it enters the main sequence. This is the responsible adult phase of a star's life. It's stable. It's predictable. It's essentially the cosmic equivalent of a middle manager named Gary, who works 9 to 5 and never misses a mortgage payment. Our sun is in this phase right now. It's been doing the same thing for 4.5 billion years, fusing hydrogen into helium. It's boring. But boring is good for you, mortals. If the sun decided to have a midlife crisis and join a motorcycle gang, you'd all be cinders. Think about the stability you live in. You wake up, and you expect the floor to be there. You expect the water to come out of the tap. You expect your fridge to keep your yogurt cold. This is a luxury the universe does not usually provide. For most of cosmic history, things were either exploding, collapsing, or being sucked into a void. You live in a tiny, freakish window of calm. In the old days, and I mean the really old days on your planet, humans didn't have this luxury. They lived in filth. They threw their chamber pots out of the window and hoped the neighbors weren't walking by. Can you imagine? You're walking down a cobblestone street, thinking about, I don't know, discovering fire or something. And suddenly, splat, someone's morning business is all over your tunic. No Charmin Ultra Soft, no bidet, just a handful of damp leaves and a prayer. You compare that to the star's life. The star is clean, it's pure energy. But inside, it's building up waste. That helium is the ash of the nuclear fire. As the star burns, it gets more and more clogged with helium. It's the cosmic version of not taking the trash out for 1 billion years. Eventually, the bin gets full, and that's when things get interesting. Part 3. Red Giants and the Midlife Crisis. Eventually, the hydrogen runs out. The star panics. Gravity, which has been trying to crush the star the whole time, starts to win. To fight back, the star starts burning the trash, the helium. This makes it get incredibly hot and swell up to a ridiculous size. It becomes a red giant. If our sun did this today, it would expand until it swallowed Mercury, then Venus, and then, sorry to break it to you, Earth. You'd be gone. Your historical monuments, your precious museums, your collection of vintage sneakers, all turned into gas in a matter of hours. You humans have your own version of this. You hit 40 or 50, you realize you aren't young anymore, and suddenly you're buying a red convertible and getting a hair transplant. The star does the same thing, but instead of a Porsche, it grows to 100 times its original size and starts glowing a deep, angry red. During this phase, the star is cooking. It's making heavier elements. It's making carbon, the stuff you're literally built out of. You are essentially the leftovers of a star that got too big for its boots. You think you're so special with your consciousness and your poetry. You're just carbon that's been recycled more times than a plastic bottle in a hippie commune. Think about the harsh times again. Back in the day, if a king wanted a new palace, he'd just work thousands of people to death to stack some rocks. No OSHA, no weekends, no wellness retreats. Just move this 10-ton block, or I'll feed you to the lions. You complain today if your office chair isn't ergonomic, or if the coffee in the break room is slightly burnt. The stars don't have ergonomic chairs. They have the crushing pressure of a billion tons of gas. So, maybe pipe down about your lower back pain. Part 4. The supernova. The most violent garbage disposal in history. Now, for the big stars, the ones who lived fast and died young, the end isn't a slow fade. It's a supernova. This is the part where things get truly disgusting and wonderful. When a massive star runs out of fuel, it collapses in on itself at 1/4 of the speed of light. Then it bounces. The resulting explosion is so bright it can outshine an entire galaxy of hundreds of billions of stars. It's the ultimate out with a bang. But here's the gross part. In that explosion, the star is creating all the really heavy stuff. Gold, silver, uranium, lead, all the things you mortals value so much. You wear gold rings and silver necklaces to show how classy you are. You do realize you're just wearing the congealed metallic vomit of a dead sun, right? Imagine if someone threw up on the street in the 1400s. It stayed there. It festered. It attracted rats. It was a health hazard. But when a star throws up, it seeds the universe with the ingredients for planets. Every piece of jewelry you own, every component in your smartphone, was birthed in a blast that would make 1 trillion nuclear bombs look like a wet firework. You live in such cleanliness now. You have trash pickup. You have recycling centers. You have waste management professionals. The universe doesn't have those. It just explodes and lets the debris drift until it hits something. You are living on a pile of cosmic debris. Your planet is just the leftovers that weren't important enough to be part of the sun. You're the crumbs on the cosmic dinner table. Feel small yet? Good. That's the proper perspective. Part 5. White dwarfs and the infinite cold. For smaller stars like our sun, the end is more pathetic. They don't explode. They just puff away their outer layers like a tired old man blowing smoke from a pipe. What's left is a white dwarf. A white dwarf is about the size of Earth, but has the mass of the sun. A single teaspoon of white dwarf material would weigh 15 tons. Imagine trying to stir that into your morning tea. You'd break the spoon, the table, the floor, and probably the crust of the earth. White dwarfs are essentially the embers of a fire. They don't produce new heat. They just slowly, agonizingly slowly, cool down over trillions of years. They are the ultimate retirees. They've done their work. They've provided light for some lucky planets. And now they're just sitting on the cosmic porch, fading away. You mortals have a fear of aging. You spend billions on anti-aging creams and rejuvenating serums. You want to stay fresh forever. But a star knows when it's done. It accepts the cold. It doesn't try to look like a protostar again. It just settles into a long, quiet sleep. There's a lesson there for you, if you weren't so busy trying to look 25 until you're 80. The universe is about cycles, Birth, heat, expansion, and eventually the long, cold dark. You're so worried about your legacy. You want your name on a building or a Wikipedia page. In a few billion years, the sun will be a white dwarf, the earth will be a charred husk, and no one will remember your viral dance video or that time you got ratioed on a social media thread. Part 6. Black Holes, the ultimate no-entry sign. And then there are the real monsters. The stars so big that when they die, even a supernova isn't enough to satisfy gravity. They collapse and keep collapsing until they become black holes. A black hole is a place where physics just gives up and goes home. It's a point of infinite density where not even light can escape. It's the ultimate do not enter sign. If you fell into one, you'd be spaghettified, stretched out into a long, thin string of atoms before being crushed into nothingness. Not exactly the relaxing experience I promised, is it? You mortals love your boundaries. You have your fences, your passwords, your no-fly zones. But a black hole's boundary, the event horizon, is the only one that truly matters. Once you cross it, you are gone from this reality. You become part of the singularity. It's funny, really. You spend your lives trying to make an impact, to be unforgettable. Nothing is more impactful or unforgettable than a black hole. It literally bends space and time around it. It's the ultimate influencer. Everyone is drawn to it, and no one ever leaves. Think about the darkness of the past. Before electricity, when the sun went down, it was dark. I mean properly dark. You couldn't just flip a switch or check your phone. You sat in the dim glow of a tallow candle made of rendered animal fat, which, by the way, smelled like a burning burger van. And you hoped the wolves wouldn't find you. You had a real, tangible fear of the shadows. Now, you've banished the dark. You have streetlights, nightlights, and the glow of your screens. You've forgotten what it's like to look up and see the true face of the universe. You've traded the majesty of the Milky Way for the convenience of a backlit keyboard. You think you're so advanced, but you're just hiding from the scale of the cosmos under a blanket of artificial light. Part 7. Stardust and Sarcasm. So, here we are. We've watched stars be born in the filth of a nebula, live through their boring middle age, swell up like angry red balloons, and either explode in a glorious mess or fade away into a cold ember. And you? You're the result of all that chaos. Every atom in your left hand probably came from a different star than the atoms in your right hand. You are a walking, talking, complaining collection of stellar shrapnel. You take your life so seriously. You stress about your career goals, your personal brand, and whether or not that person texted you back. Mortal, you are made of the same stuff as the stars, but you have the attention span of a goldfish and the durability of a wet paper towel. Think about the luxury you're in right now. You're listening to a dragon tell you about the universe. You aren't being hunted by a saber-toothed cat. You aren't dying of the plague because you didn't wash your hands. You aren't being forced to haul limestone blocks for a pharaoh who thinks he's a god. You are, quite literally, living in the most comfortable, pampered, and clean era in the history of your species. And yet, you're still stressed, you're still anxious. Look up at the stars, or at least look at a high-res photo of them on your expensive laptop. They've been exploding and collapsing for 13 billion years. The universe is a violent, indifferent machine that doesn't care about your to-do list. There is a strange comfort in that, isn't there? If the stars can survive being crushed, cooked, and blown apart, surely you can survive a Monday morning meeting or a slow Wi-Fi connection. You are part of a grand, celestial recycling program. You are temporary, yes, but the material you're made of is ancient and indestructible. Part 8. The final nudge into the dark. As you drift off to sleep, think about the atoms in your body. They've traveled billions of miles across billions of years to be here, right now, forming you. And one day, they'll leave. They'll go back to the earth, back to the air, and eventually, billions of years from now, they might find themselves inside a new star, or a new planet, or a new dragon. You're just a temporary arrangement of stardust, so maybe relax a little. Stop worrying about the mess of your life. The universe started as a mess, and it's doing just fine. Enjoy your soft bed. Enjoy your clean sheets. Enjoy the fact that no one is throwing a bucket of waste onto your head as you walk down the street. You've won the cosmic lottery just by being born in this tiny, quiet corner of the timeline. I'm going to leave you now. I have my own hoard to tend to. And frankly, talking to you lot for this long is exhausting. You're so small, so fragile, like little soap bubbles drifting through a hurricane. But you're bright soap bubbles. For a brief moment, you get to witness the show. You get to understand the stars that made you. That's more than most of the atoms in the universe ever get to do. Most of them are just sitting in the middle of a rock or floating in a void, bored out of their minds. So, sleep well, mortals. Dream of nebulae and supernovas. And when you wake up tomorrow, try to be a little more like a star. Burn bright. Keep your internal pressure steady. And try not to explode on your co-workers. Until next time, tiny humans, keep your civilization clean, your telescopes pointed upward, and your ancient dragons amused. If you don't, well, I've seen how empires end, and usually it involves a lot more fire and a lot less air conditioning. Farewell, mortals. Good evening, human. Sit, relax, and pretend you didn't scroll for 25 minutes. Have no fear. You shall be resting in no time. Fluff up those pillows, filled with the feathers of birds you didn't even have to hunt and get comfy. You're feeling safe, aren't you? You have your double-glazed windows to keep out the night air, which you probably think is chilly, whereas the ancients thought it was literally filled with demons waiting to snatch your soul through your nostrils. Tonight, we aren't talking about your quaint little history books. We are going deep. We're going to the Duat. I'm going to tell you the story of the original night shift, the journey of Ra, the sun god, through the 12 hours of the night. You humans complain if your Wi-Fi drops for 10 minutes, or if your Starbucks order is slightly tepid. Ra had to fight a giant, world-eating chaos serpent every single night just so you could wake up and complain about your emails. So, let's talk about the sun. Not the giant ball of burning gas you learned about in science class, but the majestic literal boat captain of the cosmos. Because for the ancient Egyptians, the sunset wasn't a golden hour for Instagram photos. It was the start of a 12-hour survival horror game, where the prize was, well, the existence of everything. Before we begin, feeding your grandchildren is quite expensive when all they eat is gold. So please consider liking and subscribing if you enjoy my stories. And let me know in the comments what tales you would like next from my hoard. Part 1. The Sunset and the First Hour of Terror. Imagine you're an ancient Egyptian. You've spent your day working in the fields, dodging hippos that want to crush you, and scorpions that want to melt your nervous system. Your luxury is a piece of bread that's mostly sand and some beer that looks like porridge. You return to your mud brick hut, which has no ventilation and smells like a combination of Nile silt and your uncle's unwashed feet. There's no plumbing. If you have to go in the middle of the night, you're using a pot. Or if you're feeling daring, you're stepping outside into a darkness so thick you could carve it with a knife. In your world, the streets aren't cleaned by street sweepers. In the cities, people literally tossed their waste out of the doorways. You're walking to get some water, and splash, you've just been christened by the neighbor's fermented lunch. And you mortals think a bird pooping on your car is a tragedy. When the sun set behind the western horizon, the Akhet, the Egyptians didn't think it was just going to the other side of the world. They believed Ra was entering the Duat, the underworld. He would switch from his day boat, the Manjet, to his night boat, the Mesektet. He wasn't alone, though. He had a crew of gods, because even a sun god knows that wandering into the basement of the universe without backup is a bad idea. The first hour is relatively chill. It's like the tutorial level of a video game. Ra enters the waters of Ra, a region called Net Ra. He's greeted by the spirits of the dead, who are actually happy to see him, because, let's be honest, being dead is boring. He brings light to the darkness, and for a brief moment, the inhabitants of the first hour get to feel the warmth of his presence. It's like when the delivery driver finally shows up with your pizza. Pure, unadulterated joy. But the gate is closing. The steering guard of the West is watching. And the real nightmare is just beginning. Part 2. The bureaucracy of the afterlife. As Ra enters the second and third hours, things get a bit more administrative. You humans think your government bureaucracy is bad. Try navigating the Egyptian afterlife. There are gates. There are guards with names like He Who Dances in Blood or She Who Swallows the Shadows. To get through, you need to know their names. It's the ultimate who you know society. In the second hour, Ra passes through the large basin, a place filled with fertile land for the blessed dead. These are the folks who followed Ma'at, truth and balance, during their lives. While you're stressing about your credit score, these people were stressing about whether their heart would weigh more than a feather on a giant scale. Think about the contrast in standards of living here. Today, you think you've made it if you have a walk-in closet. An ancient Egyptian thought they'd made it if they were allowed to farm a small patch of ghost wheat in the underworld for eternity. No Netflix, no air conditioning, just spectral farming. And they were excited about it. This is where the dragon in me has to laugh. You mortals are so pampered. You have meditation apps to help you deal with the stress of a slow commute. The Egyptians had scrolls of papyrus hidden in their mummification wrappings. Basically, a cheat sheet for the afterlife. Just so they wouldn't get their heads bitten off by a crocodile-lion-hippo hybrid named Amit. And speaking of mummification, let's talk about the skincare of the time. You spend $40 on a moisturizer. They spent a fortune on natron salt to dry out your corpse like a piece of beef jerky, pulled your brain out through your nose with a hook, which, let's face it, is a great way to clear a sinus infection, and stuffed your organs into jars. All this just to make sure Ra had a place to hang out if he decided to visit your tomb. It's messy, it's smelly, and it's a lot of effort for someone who isn't even going to leave a review on Yelp. Part 3. The fourth hour and the land of no water. By the fourth hour, things get grim. Ra enters the kingdom of Sokar, the land of the one who is on his sand. This is basically the Sahara Desert of the underworld. It's dark, it's jagged, and, worst of all for a boat, there's no water. Imagine Ra's boat being dragged across the sand by snakes. Yes, snakes. Because why use wheels when you can use supernatural reptiles? This is the point where the journey becomes a slog. It's the 3 a.m. of the soul. You know that feeling when you're doom-scrolling on your phone, the blue light searing your retinas, and you realize you have to be up in 4 hours. That's the energy of the 4th and 5th hours. The environment here is hostile. It's filled with multi-headed serpents and lakes of fire. You think a spicy chicken wing is a challenge? Try sailing past a lake of literal liquid fire that consumes the souls of the wicked. The Egyptians didn't have cancel culture. They had soul erasure culture. If you weren't a good person, you didn't just get a mean comment on your profile. You were tossed into a pit of fire and ceased to exist. Forever. Now, look at your life. You're sitting there, probably hydrated, definitely not being dragged through a desert by cobras. You have smart lighting that mimics the sunset. The Egyptians had oil lamps that produced more soot than light, and probably gave everyone chronic bronchitis. They lived in a world where the darkness felt heavy. It felt like a physical weight pressing down on you. And in that weight, Ra had to keep moving. Because if the boat stops, the universe ends. No pressure. Part 4. The midpoint and the union of souls. The 6th hour is the midnight of the journey. This is the most mystical, confusing, and important part of the night. It's where Ra's soul, his Ba, unites with the body of Osiris, the Lord of the Dead. Think of it like a cosmic recharge. It's Ra's phone hitting 1% and finally finding a charging cable. By uniting with Osiris, Ra gains the power of resurrection. He's no longer just a tired old man in a boat. He's a god being reborn. This concept of Ba and Ka is something you mortals find fascinating, yet you can barely keep track of your own passwords. The car was your life force. The bar was your personality. You spend your lives trying to find yourselves on a retreat in Bali. The Egyptians spent their lives building massive stone triangles so their bar could find their car after they were dead. And let's talk about the luxury of those tombs. The pyramids of Giza. They were gleaming white limestone, capped with gold, visible for miles. But inside, it was a labyrinth of death. No plumbing, no vents, just the smell of incense and slowly rotting linen. You mortals feel cramped in a studio apartment. Try spending eternity in a stone box with nothing but a few statues of yourself for company. But for Ra, this union in the 6th hour is what gives him the strength for the real fight. Because the 7th hour is coming. And the 7th hour is where the boss battle happens. Part 5. Apep, the ultimate hater. In the 7th hour, the boat encounters Apep, or Apophis. Apep is not a god. Apep is Isfet, pure chaos. He is a serpent so large he encircles the world, and his only goal in life is to swallow the sun and return the universe to a state of watery, dark nothingness. Apep is the ultimate troll. He doesn't have a plan, he doesn't want power, he just wants everything to stop. He's like that person in the comments section who hates everything just because they can. Apep uses his evil eye to hypnotize Ra and the crew. He drinks the water of the underworld to ground the boat. This is an Avengers-level threat, but it happens every single night. While you're snoring into your memory foam mattress, a cosmic battle is raging. The god Set, who is usually a bit of a jerk, let's be honest, stands at the front of the boat and spears the snake. Other gods use magic, Heka, to bind the serpent. Imagine the stress. If they miss one night, if Set has a cramp, if the magicians forget the words. Poof. No more reality. No more morning coffee. No more weekend plans. No more existence. You humans take the morning for granted. You hit snooze on your alarm, as if the sun rising is just a guaranteed service provided by the universe. Oh, the sun is up. Big deal. I need 5 more minutes. The Egyptians would have looked at you like you were insane. They were up at dawn, looking at the horizon, waiting to see if Ra actually won the fight. Contrast that with your modern stressors. You're stressed because your delivery is 10 minutes late. The Egyptians were stressed because a giant snake was trying to delete the concept of light. Perspective, mortals. It's a wonderful thing. Part 6. The Cleansing and the Fiery Lakes. Hours 8 through 10 are like the cool-down after a massive workout. Ra passes through more regions, dealing with more fire and more bureaucracy. There are fiery lakes that are actually beneficial to the souls of the justified, but disgusting to the wicked. The Egyptians had a very specific idea of justice. It wasn't about lawyer fees and court dates. It was about whether you were a stink or a perfume in the nostrils of the gods. Speaking of stinks, let's talk about the Nile. You see photos of it and think, how romantic. I've flown over it. It was a highway of filth, dead animals, sewage, the runoff from tanning leather, which involves a lot of pigeon poop, by the way. It all went into the river. And then they drank it. You have filtered, pH-balanced alkaline water in a BPA-free bottle. They had Nile water with a side of dysentery. And yet they built the Sphinx. They built the Temple of Karnak. They mapped the stars while they were literally vibrating from parasites. What have you done today? Ordered a salad through an app? Adorable. In these late hours of the night, Ra is being prepared for his transformation. He's shedding his old skin. He's becoming more than a sun god. He's becoming the promise of a new day. He's passing by the army of Ra, the souls who help him row the boat. Even a god needs a team. You mortals think you're self-made. No one is self-made. Even Ra needs a bunch of ghosts to pull his boat through the mud. Part 7. The 11th Hour and the Rebirth. We're almost there. The 11th hour is the time of preparation. The world encircler snake is bound. The enemies of Ra are tossed into pits of fire. Honestly, the Egyptians really loved pits of fire. And the light starts to change. The darkness of the Duat is thinning. Ra is getting ready to leave the underworld. But he doesn't leave the same way he entered. He undergoes a metamorphosis. He becomes Khipri, the scarab beetle. Now let's look at the scarab. To you it's a dung beetle, a bug that rolls a ball of poop across the sand. To the Egyptians, this was the most sacred symbol of the sun. Why? Because they saw the beetle rolling its ball and thought, that looks like the sun moving across the sky. Think about that. The creator of the universe, the king of the gods, is represented by a bug that deals in feces. There's a certain draconic irony there that I find delicious. You humans are so obsessed with image. You want to look prestigious. You want the luxury car and the designer clothes. The Egyptians were like, the sun is a poop beetle, and that is awesome. They found the divine in the dirt. You can't even find the divine in a sunrise because you're too busy checking your notifications. In the 11th hour, the morning star appears. The gods are cheering. The tension is breaking. It's like the feeling when you've been at a party too long. You're tired. You're cranky. And then you see the first light of dawn and realize you've survived. Ra is being pushed through the tail of the serpent and out through the mouth. It's a literal rebirth, the cosmic birth canal. It's messy, it's strange, and it's the only reason you have a today. Part 8. The 12th hour. The dawn of the new world. And finally, the 12th hour. Ra-Horakhti rises. The sun breaks over the eastern horizon. The world is created anew. For the Egyptians, every sunrise was a miracle. It was proof that Ma'at had triumphed over Isfet. It was proof that the snake hadn't won. Think about your morning routine. You stagger to the kitchen, complain that you're tired, and wait for the caffeine to kick in so you can start your day of important meetings. An Egyptian's morning routine. They looked at the sun and felt a profound sense of relief that the universe hadn't been swallowed by a snake. They gave thanks that the river was still there, that the light was back, and that they had another day to try and not die of a hippo attack. You live in a calm luxury that would have made a pharaoh faint with shock. You have instant light at the flick of a switch. You have heat that doesn't involve burning dried cow dung. You have a night that is basically just day, but with fewer cars. But in banishing the darkness, you've lost the magic. You've lost the sense of the struggle. Ra's journey through the night is a story of persistence. It's a story of fighting through the dark, through the desert, through the bureaucracy, and through the giant snakes, just to keep the light going. You take the sun for granted. You take your safety for granted. But remember, Apep, chaos is always there, waiting at the edge of the map, waiting for the boat to stop. So, as you go to sleep tonight, maybe give a little nod to Ra. He's about to start his shift. He's getting on the boat. Set is sharpening his spear, and the snake is getting hungry. You just have to make it to tomorrow. And given how much you mortals love your sleep, I think you can handle that. I'm off to find my own boat, which is a very large pile of gold in a very dark cave. It doesn't have a giant snake, but it does have a very grumpy dragon if anyone tries to touch it. Sleep well, tiny humans. Don't let the shadow snatchers get you. And for the love of the gods, appreciate your indoor plumbing. It's the real miracle of the modern world. I'll see you at sunrise, if the snake doesn't win this time. Hello, human. Your back sounds like an old castle door. Perhaps you should lay down, rest your weary soul, and relax with my tales. Adjust those ridiculously comfortable memory foam pillows you cherish so much, and ensure your climate control is set to a perfectly bland 72 degrees. Tonight I'm going to bore you to sleep. That is the goal, yes? To drone on until your little monkey brains shut down out of sheer self-preservation. And to achieve this, we are going way back, before knights, before castles, before those noisy lizards you love so much. The dinosaurs. We are going back to a time when Earth was effectively a giant, wet petri dish left out in the sun too long. We are diving into the deep, ancient oceans of the Precambrian and the Cambrian periods. Forget T-Rex. Forget velociraptors opening doors. We are talking about a time when the most exciting thing on the planet was a patch of slime that figured out how to burp oxygen. Before we begin, a small favor for an old dragon. If you've enjoyed resting here beneath my wings, consider subscribing to my hoard of stories. Each new believer helps me gather more treasures and avoid ravaging cities for loot when I'm low on funds. I'm retired now, and my back makes sounds that haunt even me. So close your heavy eyelids. Breathe in that filtered air that doesn't smell like sulfur and disappointment. Let the sound of my voice, gravelly with eons of wisdom and smoky exhales, drag you down into the crushing depths of prehistory. Part 1. The hot, boring soup years. Let's begin at the beginning. Or near enough. Imagine the Earth about 4 billion years ago. If you were to time travel there, which I don't recommend, your fragile bodies would pop like grapes in a microwave. You wouldn't recognize the place. There were no trees, no grass, no mountains with snow on top. The sky wasn't even blue. It was a sort of angry, hazy orange, like the filter on a movie set in Mexico. And the oceans, they weren't that lovely azure holiday destination you dream about. They were green, olive green, thick with dissolved iron, and hot, like a bathtub you've stayed in for 3 days straight. For a very, very long time. Billions of years, in fact. This was it. The boring billion. some paleontologists call it. I remember sleeping through a good chunk of it. I'd wake up every few million years, check the scrying pool, see nothing but hot green water and maybe a volcano exploding, and go right back to sleep. Life existed, but barely. It was all microscopic single-celled organisms, bacteria and archaea floating around in the hot soup, just vibing. They didn't do anything. They didn't have eyes. They didn't have mouths. They didn't have brunch plans. They just absorbed chemicals from the water and divided. Think about your lives now. You panic if your internet connection slows down for 3 seconds. You have devices in your pocket that can access the sum total of human knowledge, which you mostly use to watch videos of cats falling off furniture. These early life forms spent 1 billion years just figuring out how to exist without immediately dissolving. It was a simpler time, a slimier time. The seafloor wasn't sand. It was coated in thick, snot-like mats of bacteria. Imagine the bottom of your kitchen bin if you didn't empty it until the year 3000. That was the entire ocean floor. You mortals complain about gross things in history. I know. You read about medieval Londoners throwing the contents of their chamber pots out of windows onto the street below, and you wrinkle your little noses. Oh, how barbaric, you tweet from your sanitized bathroom with its 3-ply toilet paper and lavender air freshener. Let me tell you, medieval sewage streets were a pristine paradise compared to the Archean oceans. At least the medieval waste was organic. The early earth smelled like rotten eggs and rusty metal, 24/7, for an eon. You wouldn't last 5 minutes. You'd slip on a microbial mat, fall face first into boiling iron water, and that would be the end of your lineage. So, be grateful for your plumbing. Be grateful that the only slime you encounter is perhaps in the communal office refrigerator. Part 2. The Great Oxygen Catastrophe, or Bacteria Ruin Everything. Now, drift deeper into sleep as we move forward in time. The green oceans are churning. Something terrible is about to happen. Around 2.4 billion years ago, a new type of bacteria showed up, the cyanobacteria. These little overachievers figured out a magic trick, photosynthesis. They could take sunlight and water and turn it into energy, just like plants do today. Sounds lovely, doesn't it? Sounds green and eco-friendly. Wrong. It was the biggest environmental disaster in history. You see, photosynthesis has a waste product, oxygen. Before this, there was basically no free oxygen in the atmosphere or the ocean. The life that existed back then, the anaerobic bacteria, found oxygen to be horribly toxic. It was poison gas. As these new cyanobacteria pumped out tons and tons of oxygen, they started mass murdering everything else on the planet. It was a microbial apocalypse, the Great Oxidation Event, the original climate change crisis. You humans worry about your carbon footprint. You fret about plastic straws. These bacteria literally poisoned the entire globe with their farts. And it got worse. The oxygen reacted with methane in the atmosphere, a potent greenhouse gas that was keeping the Earth warm, and destroyed it. The result? The planet froze. Completely. We call it Snowball Earth. The entire planet, from pole to pole, was covered in ice kilometers thick. The oceans were sealed shut under a global glacier. For millions of years, Earth was just a giant, silent ice cube floating in space. Talk about harsh times. You mortals complain when it snows 2 inches, and your commute takes an extra 20 minutes. Oh, the humanity. I had to scrape ice off my windshield. Imagine if your windshield was 3 kilometers thick and covered the entire surface of the planet, and it stayed that way for 50 million years. That is real winter. You have heated car seats and insulated mugs for your hot cocoa. The only things surviving back then were huddled around deep-sea volcanic vents, desperately trying not to freeze to death. It was a quiet time, very peaceful for napping, I must admit. Just the slow grind of glaciers and the muffled gurgle of volcanic vents deep below the ice. Deep, resonant, sleepy sounds. Part 3. The squishy experiments of the Ediacaran. Eventually, volcanoes pumped enough carbon dioxide back into the atmosphere to melt the ice. The snowball thawed, the oceans opened up again, and life, having barely survived the deep freeze, decided it was time to try something new. It was time to get big. Welcome to the Ediacaran period, about 600 million years ago. This is where life got weird, but in a very passive-aggressive way. For the first time, we see macroscopic life, creatures big enough to see without a microscope. But they weren't like anything alive today. Imagine a world with no predators. Nothing ate anything else. There were no mouths. There were no eyes to see you with. No claws to grab you with. It was the Garden of Eden phase of evolution. If the Garden of Eden was populated entirely by sentient bath mats. The creatures of the Ediacaran deep were soft, squishy, quilted. Some looked like giant puffy fern fronds stuck to the seafloor, just waving gently in the current, absorbing nutrients through their skin. Others looked like flattened jellyfish that had given up on life and just lay on the bottom, immobile. There was Dickinsonia, which looked like a ribbed doormat that could grow up to 1 meter long. It just sat there for millions of years, doing absolutely nothing but existing aggressively at the sand. It was a very tranquil time. No chasing, no biting, no fleeing. Just a bunch of living pillows hanging out in the deep, dark water. Contrast this with your modern world. Your lives are a constant barrage of noise and demand. Your phones buzz, your bosses email, your bills pile up. You are constantly hunting for resources, money, status, the last decent avocado at the supermarket. The Ediacaran creatures knew nothing of this stress. They didn't have brains to stress with. They were the ultimate minimalists. They didn't even have a digestive system. They didn't need one. They just soaked up soup through their skin. Imagine that level of relaxation. Imagine not having to eat, digest, or evacuate waste. Just lying in a warm bath of nutrients, letting the universe cater to your every metabolic need. Doesn't that sound nice? Just being a soft, thoughtless doormat at the bottom of a silent ocean. Let that image fill your mind. Be the doormat. Be the squishy, immobile lump you desire to be right now in your bed. Part 4. The Cambrian Explosion. When life got crunchy. But alas, peace never lasts. Nature abhors a vacuum, and apparently it also abhors soft, quilted bath mats. Around 540 million years ago, something snapped. The Cambrian Explosion. In a geological blink of an eye, evolution went into hyperdrive. It was as if life suddenly discovered caffeine and cocaine simultaneously. The party was over. The squishy peace and love era ended abruptly because someone, somewhere, invented the most terrifying thing on Earth: a mouth. Suddenly, it wasn't enough to just soak up nutrients. Creatures realized that great big bags of nutrients were just lying around on the seafloor. The Ediacaran bath mats. It was an all-you-can-eat buffet, and the cutlery had just been invented. To survive in this new, violent world, you couldn't just be soft anymore. You needed armor. You needed weapons. You needed senses. In a flash, the oceans were filled with hard parts, shells, spines, claws, exoskeletons. Life got crunchy. Imagine the noise. For billions of years, the ocean was silent squishing. Now, click, clack, crunch, snap. The sound of millions of tiny suits of armor scuttling over the seafloor. And eyes were invented. Suddenly, you could see the thing that was about to eat you. What a mixed blessing that must have been. Before, you just died in blissful ignorance. Now, you got to watch it happen in high definition. This is the era where the blueprints for almost every modern animal group were drawn up. The ancestors of mollusks, arthropods, worms, and yes, even the very distant, spineless ancestors of euvertebrates all showed up here. It was a chaotic arms race. Every time a prey animal developed a thicker shell, a predator developed a stronger crusher claw. Think of your modern conveniences again. You have food delivered to your door, already dead, cooked, and often pre-chewed if you indulge in too many smoothies. You have zero concept of the struggle for existence. If you were dropped into the Cambrian Ocean, assuming you didn't immediately drown, you wouldn't last 5 seconds. You have soft skin, no shell, and tiny, ineffective teeth. You are essentially a giant, slow-moving Ediacaran doormat to a Cambrian predator. You are safe in your bed. Nothing in your bedroom is trying to eat you. The biggest threat you face tonight is perhaps stepping on a Lego on your way to the bathroom in the dark. The Cambrian creatures faced horrors you can't imagine. But they also looked absolutely ridiculous, which brings me to my favorite part. Part 5. The Monsters of the Deep. Nature's drunk phase. The Cambrian explosion wasn't just about hard shells. It was about nature experimenting with body shapes like a toddler with Play-Doh. There were creatures swimming around back then that looked like they were designed by a committee of hallucinating surrealists. Let's talk about the apex predator of the day. The T-Rex of the Cambrian seas. Anomalocaris. The name means abnormal shrimp, which is a massive understatement. This thing grew up to 1 meter long, which was enormous back then, like a school bus compared to a bunch of hamsters. Imagine a giant armored prawn. Now, give it huge, bulbous eyes on stalks. In front of its mouth, give it two spiky, jointed arms that look like shrimp tails glued to its face, which it used to grab prey and shove it into a square-shaped mouth filled with serrated teeth that closed like a camera shutter. It swam by undulating flaps down its sides, gliding silently through the water like a B-2 bomber made of seafood. It was terrifying. If you saw one of these today while snorkeling, you'd walk on water to get back to the boat. But Anomalocaris was normal compared to some of the others. There was Opabinia. This little weirdo looked like a tiny lobster, but it had 5 eyes mushrooming out of its head, giving it 360-degree vision. And because that wasn't enough, it had a long, flexible, hose-like nozzle protruding from its face with a claw at the end, which it used to vacuum up food. It looked like a sci-fi vacuum cleaner brought to life. And then there was Hallucigenia. The name says it all. When paleontologists first found fossils of this thing, they couldn't figure out which end was the head or which side was up. It looked like a worm on stilts. It had 7 pairs of long, rigid spikes sticking out of its back, and 7 pairs of gangly tentacles underneath it. For a long time, scientists thought it walked on the spikes. Then they realized, no, it walked on the tentacles, and the spikes were for defense. It looked like a walking pincushion that had a very bad day. These were the masters of the deep. They were the ancestors of life on Earth. A 5-eyed vacuum cleaner, a spiky worm on stilts, and a giant, angry murder shrimp. Compare these majestic beasts to your modern pets, your fluffy cats that demand treats and sleep 16 hours a day, your goofy dogs that are afraid of thunder. They are soft, they are pampered. A Cambrian pet would not cuddle you. It would try to scrape the flesh from your bones with its camera shutter mouth. But aren't they wonderful? They are the stuff of nightmares, yes, but simple nightmares. They didn't worry about taxes or social standing. Their entire existence was swim, eat, avoid being eaten. There is a purity to that panic, a simplicity. Part 6. The Ordovician Calm and Final Sleep. As the millions of years rolled on, the Cambrian chaos subsided. We moved into the Ordovician period. Things settled down a bit. The experiments that didn't work, like the 5-eyed vacuum cleaner, went extinct. The designs that worked, hard shells, jaws, fins, stuck around. The oceans began to look a bit more recognizable. We got the first true coral reefs. We got early fish, though they still didn't have jaws. They just swam around with open O-shaped mouths, looking perpetually surprised. Life was still entirely in the ocean. The land remained barren rock and sand. But down in the deep, the drama of life was fully established. The hunters and the hunted, the eaters and the eaten. All of this happened millions and millions of years before the first dinosaur ever hatched. It's deep time, a depth of history that makes your entire human civilization look like a smudge on the very last page of a very long book. Does that make you feel small? Good. You are small. And being small is relaxing. It means your problems aren't that big, either. In the grand scheme of boiling green oceans, global ice ages, and giant murder shrimp, your concern about whether you sent that email with the correct attachment really doesn't matter. The universe is old. It has seen things you wouldn't believe. It has survived worse things than you. So let go. You are safe in your soft, climate-controlled bubble, far removed from the harsh reality of the primeval slime. You have conquered the darkness with electric lights. You have conquered hunger with supermarkets. You have conquered the elements with central heating. You have earned the right to be lazy. You have earned the right to shut down that busy little brain of yours. Sink down into your mattress. Let gravity win, just as it eventually won against those giant mountains of the past. Be like the Ediacaran bath mat, soft, thoughtless, immobile. Just breathe. In and out. The giant murder shrimp can't get you here. I'm watching the door, and unlike Anomalocaris, I have fire. Sleep now, you strange, soft little things. Sleep. Greetings, tiny mortal. I am ancient, powerful, and very invested in you getting comfy right now. Settle in by my hearth, shift your weight, and fluff that pillow that was probably made by a machine in a factory, far cleaner than any castle I've ever visited. There is a simple magic in the scent of rising dough and the crackle of dry wood. A magic that has outlasted empires, even if the humans who practiced it rarely outlasted a particularly stubborn cold. I used to watch the village bakers from the crags above. Their lives were short, frantic, and perpetually dusted in white, like tiny, stressed-out ghosts. But their bread was the heartbeat of the world. Tonight, we are going to ignore the clashing of swords and the whining of kings. We are focusing on the quiet, rhythmic life of the village kitchen. A small tale for a deep rest, provided you don't mind a bit of draconic commentary on how much better you have it than your ancestors. Before we begin, I've been trying to impress some lady dragons, but I can't compete with these other males who have treasures larger than my own. Although, I've heard some humans say, size doesn't matter, and it's how you use it. Whatever that means, please consider liking and subscribing if you enjoy my stories, and let me know in the comments what tales you would like next from my hoard. Part 1. The Staff of Life and a whole lot of grit. For you, bread is an aisle in a supermarket with 60 different choices, half of which claim to be artisanal, despite being made by a robot named Unit 734. For the medieval mortal, bread wasn't a choice. It was the entire point of existing. It was the staff of life, though often that staff was a bit crooked and covered in sand. Let's talk about the flour. You like yours bleached, sifted, and so fine it feels like silk. In the Middle Ages, the milling process was let's call it character building. You took your grain to the Lord's mill, and you had to use the Lord's mill, or he'd have your head, where two massive stones ground the grain together. The problem? Stones rub against stones. Tiny microscopic shards of granite and grit ended up in the flour. Every bite of a medieval loaf was a slow-motion assault on your dental work. By the time a human reached 30, their teeth were often worn down to the gums. You mortals cry if your latte is too hot. Imagine chewing on a piece of sourdough that is 2% literal mountain. Then there was the Maslin. You lot love your multigrain crackers, but Maslin was the original "I hope this keeps us alive" blend. It was a mix of wheat and rye grown together. Why? Because if the damp killed the wheat, the rye might survive. It was an insurance policy you could eat. And don't get me started on the great years when the rye got a bit moldy. Have you heard of ergot? It's a fungus that grows on damp rye. It contains lysergic acid. Yes, the stuff of your trippy 60s. Entire villages would accidentally eat St. Anthony's fire, which resulted in hallucinations, gangrene, and the distinct feeling that your skin was on fire. You think a bad Yelp review is a disaster? Try a bakery that accidentally sends the whole town on a terrifying one-way trip to the astral plane while their toes fall off. Part 2. The communal oven. The village social media. Now, why did I watch The Village Baker? Because you, my dear mortals, did not have ovens at home. Your houses were made of wood, straw, and hope. Putting a 500-degree stone oven in a thatched roof hut is a great way to turn a village into a bonfire. I should know. I've seen it happen when I've had a particularly spicy sneeze. So the village had one oven, the communal oven. It was the center of everything. The baker was the keeper of the fire. He was the most important man in town, and usually the most mistrusted. Humans are funny that way. You give a man the power to feed you, and immediately assume he's spitting in the dough. In the pre-dawn dark, while you would be hitting snooze on your smartphone, the baker was already sweating. He had to fire the oven using faggots of wood, carefully selected so the smoke didn't ruin the flavor. Once the stones were white hot, he'd sweep out the embers. Then came the neighbors. Everyone brought their own loaves, marked with their own special symbol: a cross, a notch, a thumbprint. It was the only way to make sure you didn't go home with old man Cedric's soggy barley loaves when you'd brought a decent rye. The bakery was the original social media. This is where the gossip happened. While waiting for the bread to bake, people talked. They talked about who was getting married, who had the pox, and which knight had fallen off his horse in a particularly embarrassing way. It was warm, it smelled like yeast, and it was a sanctuary from the filth outside. And oh, the filth. You think your urban environments are crowded. Imagine a street where the drainage system is downhill. People would open their second-story shutters and yell, "Gardez-vous," which was a polite way of saying, "I am about to dump a bucket of human waste onto your head. Look out." The bakery was a respite from that. The heat of the oven killed the smell of the street, and for 1 hour a day, life was warm, golden, and smelled like heaven. Part 3. The Baker's Dozen and the Lore of the Loaf. Humans are greedy. It's one of your most consistent traits, second only to your ability to trip over flat surfaces. Because bread was so vital, the government, specifically the Assize of Bread and Ale, had rules that would make a modern health inspector weep with joy. The price of a loaf was fixed by law. If the price of grain went up, the loaf had to get smaller. The baker couldn't just raise the price. He had to adjust the weight. This led to a lot of creative accounting. Bakers would sometimes add fillers to the dough. A little sawdust, a little chalk, maybe some ground-up beans to bulk it out. If a baker was caught cheating, the punishment was the pillory. They'd tie him to a wooden frame in the town square, hang the bad loaf around his neck, and let the villagers throw things at him. And by things, I mean the stuff I mentioned earlier from the buckets. This is where your baker's dozen comes from. The fear of the pillory was so great that if you ordered 12 rolls, the baker would throw in a 13th just to be absolutely 100% sure he wasn't underweight. He'd rather lose a bit of profit than gain a necklace made of rotten sourdough and a face full of medieval street spice. You have consumer protection agencies and digital receipts. The medieval baker had a constant, nagging fear of being pelted with a dead cat. It kept the bread honest, mostly. Part 4. Life in the flour dust. The baker's toll. Let's be honest, mortals. Being a baker was a miserable job. It's romanticized now, all aprons and sunlight. But back then, it was a slow death. First, there was baker's lung. Imagine breathing in fine flour dust for 16 hours a day, 6 days a week. It coats the lungs, hardens, and eventually makes it impossible to breathe. The baker was essentially turning his own chest into a loaf of bread. Then there were the burns. These ovens weren't cool touch stainless steel. They were massive, radiating stone beasts. A baker's arms were a map of scars from the peel, the long wooden paddle used to slide loaves into the depths. And the heat. You complain if your office AC is set to 74 instead of 72. A baker lived in a constant 100-degree haze. In the winter, he was the only person in the village who wasn't shivering, which made him popular. In the summer, he was a walking puddle of sweat and misery. But they were proud. To be a master baker in a guild was to be someone. You had a secret recipe. You had the levain, the sourdough starter. Some of these starters were passed down for generations. They were living, bubbling legacies. You lot buy a sourdough kit on the internet and think you're a pioneer. These men were keeping cultures alive that were older than the cathedrals. They worked in the dark by the light of a single tallow candle, which, by the way, smelled like a burning cow. No LED lights, no podcasts to listen to, just the sound of the dough being kneaded. Thump, fold, thump, fold. It's a hypnotic sound. If you listen closely to the crackle of my fire, you can almost hear it. Part 5. The Trencher. the original paper plate. One of my favorite things about medieval dining was the trencher. You humans are obsessed with sustainability and zero-waste living. You buy expensive bamboo plates and feel very smug about it. The medievals already solved this. They didn't use plates, at least not the common folk. They used trenchers. A trencher was a thick, flat slab of stale, 4-day-old bread. You'd slap your stew, your pottage, or your hunk of salt pork right on top of it. The bread soaked up all the juices. It acted as a sponge. By the end of the meal, you didn't have a dirty dish to wash. You had a delicious, gravy-soaked piece of bread. You either ate it yourself, or, if you were feeling particularly noble, you gave it to the poor or the dogs. No washing up, no plastic waste, just a plate you could eat. Think about that tonight when you're loading your dishwasher. Think about the efficiency of the trencher. Of course, the trencher itself was usually as hard as a roof shingle before the stew hit it, but that's a minor detail. The hierarchy of bread was the hierarchy of the world. The king and the nobles ate manchet, white bread, sifted so many times it had no nutritional value, but looked very expensive. The middle sort ate raveled bread, a mix of white and brown, and the rest, they ate black bread, rye, barley, and husks. It was heavy enough to use as a boat anchor, but it kept you full. You live in an era where white bread is seen as cheap, and dark, seedy bread is a luxury. In the year 1300, it was the exact opposite. If your bread was white, you were a god. If it was brown, you were a farmer. If it was green, well, we already discussed the hallucinations. Part 6. From Hearth to Toaster. The luxury of choice. It is funny to me how you mortals have come full circle. You spend your weekends trying to bake the perfect loaf. You buy ancient grains for 10 times the price of wheat. You obsess over the crumb and the hydration percentage. You are trying to recapture a coziness that was actually born of necessity and hardship. The medieval baker wasn't looking for a hobby. He was trying to provide the only calories his neighbors would see that day. But I suppose that is the luxury of your time. You can choose to be a baker. You can choose to stand by a hearth. You don't have to do it to survive. You have clean streets, mostly. Your waste goes into a magical white porcelain throne and vanishes to a land of pipes and mystery. You don't have to worry about Gardy-Loo when you go for a walk. Your bread doesn't have stones in it. Your rye doesn't make you see demons. You have the calm, quiet luxury of being able to listen to a dragon tell you stories while you drift off into a sleep that isn't interrupted by the sound of a town crier or the smell of your neighbor's pig. Take a deep breath. Can you smell it? Not the smog of your cities, but the imagined scent of that medieval oven. The toasted grain, the wood smoke, the slight tang of the sourdough. The world was smaller then. A village was a universe. The baker was its son. And for all the grit, the ergot, and the flour-dusted lungs, there was a peace in that rhythm. The dough rises whether there is a war or not. The oven gets hot whether the king is wise or a fool. Part 7. The Final Proofing. The fire is dying down now, mortals. The embers are that deep, draconic red that I find so soothing. The village is quiet. The baker has finally laid down on his straw pallet, his arms aching, his lungs heavy, but his work done. The loaves are cooling on the racks, the crusts are singing, that little crackling sound they make as the cold air hits the hot starch. It's the finest music in the world. You are safe. You are fed. You are in a time of incredible, shimmering plenty. You are a mortal who lives better than the kings I once guarded. Your trencher is probably made of ceramic, and your manchet is available in a dozen varieties at the corner store. Let the rhythm of the kneading take you. Thump, fold, thump, fold. The world turns, the grain grows, the oven waits. I'm going to curl my tail around this hearth and close my eyes. I've seen enough centuries to know that the bread will be there in the morning. And so will you, hopefully, if you've been listening to my instructions on how to relax. Stop worrying about your gluten intake for 5 minutes, and just appreciate that you have a stomach to fill and a bed to lie in. The medievals would have traded their finest cow for your bad days. Sleep now, tiny, well-fed humans. Dream of golden fields and the smell of fresh yeast. The dragon is watching the fire. The baker is asleep. The night is long, but the bread is rising. Good night, mortals. Don't forget to set your digital alarms, though I personally think a rooster is much more dramatic. Farewell. See you at breakfast. I hope there are croissants. I've heard they're delightful, though how you humans manage to make bread out of 90% butter is beyond even my ancient understanding. Go to sleep. The hearth is warm. The story is over. Would you like me to tell you about the secret, forbidden dragon bread we used to make using volcanic vents? Or should I let you drift off into your gluten-filled dreams? Good evening. You may be wondering, why is a dragon talking to me? And I would ask you in return, why are you awake at this hour, human? Welcome back to my hoard, you fragile, heat-seeking mortals. Get settled and make sure your phone is plugged in, because I know the sheer terror you feel when that little battery icon turns red. Tonight, we are drifting north. We're heading to a time of frost, iron, and people who thought relaxing meant hitting each other with axes until someone stopped moving. I speak of the Vikings and their gods. Now, you've seen the movies. You think you know Thor, because you've seen a handsome human with great hair swing a prop hammer. But the real stories, they're much weirder, much more violent, and significantly more disgusting than anything a movie studio would dare show you. I was there, of course, watching from the mountain peaks as these hairy, mead-soaked humans tried to make sense of a world that was actively trying to freeze them to death. Before we begin, feeding your grandchildren is quite expensive when all they eat is gold. So please consider liking and subscribing if you enjoy my stories, and let me know in the comments. what tales you would like next from my hoard. Now, close your eyes, breathe in the filtered, dust-free air of your 21st century sanctuary, and let me tell you how the Northmen imagined the universe before they had things like basic human rights, sanitation. Part 1. The Longhouse and the Basin of Regret. Before we get to the gods, let's talk about your ancestors' living standards. You mortals love to romanticize the Viking Age. You want the cool tattoos and the braided beards. But you wouldn't last 10 minutes in a real 10th century longhouse. Imagine a building shaped like an upside-down boat. Now, fill it with smoke. Not cozy fireplace smoke, but no chimney so the soot sticks to your lungs smoke. There are no windows because glass is for people who aren't currently being raided. It's dark, it's damp, and it smells like a combination of wet dog, stale ale, and the livestock living in the partitioned area at the end of the hall. Yes, the cows stayed inside. They were the central heating. And cleanliness? Oh, you're going to love this. There's a famous account by an Arab traveler named Ibn Fadlan, who met some Vikings, the Rus, on the Volga River. He was a very clean, civilized man who washed 5 times a day. He watched the Vikings with absolute horror. Every morning, a slave girl would bring a large basin of water to the master of the house. He would wash his face and hair in it. Then, and stay with me here, mortals, he would spit into the water and blow his nose into it. Then, the girl would take that same water to the next person, and the next, until everyone in the hall had shared the same bowl of facial sludge. You complain if someone double dips a chip in your presence. These people shared a communal snot bucket as a morning ritual. It's a wonder they had time to raid at all, considering they were probably all fighting off the same sinus infection for 300 years. But contrast that with your life. You have antibacterial soap. You have hot water that appears by magic from a metal pipe. You have privacy. If you spit in a bowl and passed it to your friends, you'd be a social pariah. For a Viking, it was just Tuesday. Yet, in that world of filth and frozen toes, they dreamt of gods who were just as chaotic and messy as they were. Part 2. Odin's Eye and the Price of Wisdom. At the top of the heap was Odin, the All-Father. Now, Odin wasn't a nice god. He wasn't the kind of deity you'd want to grab a coffee with. He was a wanderer, a seeker of wisdom, and a bit of a manipulative jerk. You humans think seeking wisdom means listening to a 3-hour podcast at 1.5 times speed while you fold laundry. Odin? Odin was a bit more hardcore. He wanted a drink from Mimir's well, the well of cosmic knowledge. But Mimir, who was basically a giant head at the time, it's a long story, didn't give out refills for free. He demanded a price. Odin took out his own eye and dropped it into the well. Just plucked it right out. No anesthetic, no sterile field. Just a god-tier commitment to learning things. Now, he's the one-eyed god. He also hung himself from the world tree, Yggdrasil, for 9 nights, pierced by his own spear, just to learn the secret of the runes. Imagine the grind set here. You mortals get upset if your Kindle doesn't sync across your devices. Odin stabbed himself and stayed in a tree for over a week without a snack just to learn an alphabet. He had 2 ravens, Hugin and Munin, thought and memory. They flew across the world and whispered the news into his ears. He was the original doom-scroller. He sat on his throne, Hlidskjalf, and watched everything. He was obsessed with the end of the world, Ragnarok, because he knew it was coming. He was gathering the souls of the bravest warriors to Valhalla to fight a battle he already knew they were going to lose. Think about that level of stress. You have existential dread because you might have said something awkward in a meeting 4 years ago. Odin had existential dread because he knew a giant wolf was eventually going to eat the sun and then eat him. And yet, he kept planning. He was the ultimate prepper, just with more ravens and fewer canned beans. Part 3. The Case of the Missing Hammer. Now, let's talk about Thor. In the movies, he's a philosopher king with a gym membership. In the myths, he's a redhead with a temper who solves 99% of his problems by hitting them until they turn into red mist. He's the god of the common man, the farmers, and the sailors, because he was straightforward. He liked eating, drinking, and smashing giants. But even the strongest god has a bad day. One morning, Thor woke up and realized his hammer, Mjolnir, was gone. This is like you losing your car keys, except your car keys can level a mountain range and keep the giants from invading your suburb. Loki, the god of mischief, and the god of, it seemed like a good idea at the time, found out that a giant named Thrym had stolen it. Thrym's ransom. He wanted the goddess Freya as his bride. Freya, understandably, said absolutely not, in a way that probably involved several choice words that haven't been translated into your polite children's books. So the gods had a meeting. Heimdall, the guy who sees everything, had a brilliant, albeit humiliating suggestion. Let's dress Thor up as the bride. Imagine it, mortals. Thor, the burliest, beardiest, most aggressive god in the universe, in a wedding dress. They put a veil on him, stuffed some padding into his bodice, and draped him in Freya's jewelry. Loki dressed up as the bridesmaid. They went to the giant's hall. During the wedding feast, Thor, the bride, proceeded to eat an entire ox, 8 salmon, and all the sweets meant for the ladies, washing it down with 3 massive barrels of mead. Thrym was suspicious. "Why does my bride have such a terrifying appetite?" he asked. Loki, the king of gaslighting, replied, "Oh, she hasn't eaten for 8 days. She was so excited to see you." Then Thrym leaned in for a kiss, lifted the veil, and saw Thor's eyes burning like glowing embers. He jumped back. Why are her eyes so terrifying? Loki didn't skip a beat. "Oh, she hasn't slept for 8 days. She was so excited to see you." Eventually, Thrym called for the hammer to be brought out to sanctify the marriage. As soon as Mjolnir was placed in Thor's lap, he didn't say, "I do." He stood up, ripped off the veil, and, well, let's just say Thrym didn't get a honeymoon. He got a very sudden, very permanent headache. You mortals think bravery is posting a controversial opinion on social media. True Norse bravery is being willing to put on a lace veil and pretend to be a bridesmaid, just so you can get your weapon back and kill everyone in the room. It's a different kind of commitment to the bit. Part 4. The Binding of the Wolf. Now, let's get a bit more serious. Let's talk about Fenrir. Loki had some strange children. One was a giant serpent that circled the world. Another was a girl who was half corpse. And the third was a wolf named Fenrir. When Fenrir was a puppy, he was cute. But he grew. And he grew. And he grew until his upper jaw touched the sky, and his lower jaw touched the earth. The gods realized this was a problem. They tried to bind him with chains. They made a massive iron chain and said, "Hey, Fenrir, we bet you aren't strong enough to break this." Fenrir, being a wolf with an ego, snapped it like a piece of thread. They made a bigger one. He snapped that too. So, they went to the dwarves. The dwarves are the master craftsmen of the Norse world. They don't work with iron. They work with concepts. They made a chain called Gleipnir. It looked like a thin silken ribbon, but it was made from 6 impossible things: the sound of a cat's footfall, the beard of a woman, the roots of a mountain, the sinews of a bear, the breath of a fish, and the spittle of a bird. You mortals love your high-tech materials. You have carbon fiber and graphene. The dwarves had cat noise and fish breath. The gods took Fenrir to an island. They showed him the ribbon. Fenrir was suspicious. "If I break that little thing, there's no glory in it. But if it's enchanted, I won't be able to get out. I'll only do it if one of you puts your hand in my mouth as a sign of good faith." The gods looked at each other. They knew they were lying. They knew the ribbon was a trap. Only Tyr, the god of justice and war, stepped forward. He put his right hand between the wolf's massive fangs. Fenrir struggled. He kicked. He strained. But the ribbon held. The more he fought, the tighter it got. When the wolf realized he was trapped, he did the only thing he could. He bit down. Tyr lost his hand, so that the world could be safe for a few more centuries. Contrast that with your idea of sacrifice. You think a sacrifice is skipping dessert or giving up your Saturday to help a friend move. Tyr gave up his sword hand, knowing exactly what would happen, all to bind a monster that he knew would eventually break free anyway at the end of the world. It's a grim, cold kind of courage, the kind of courage you need when you live in a place where the sun disappears for months at a time. Part 5. The Mead of Poetry. The grossest drink in history. You mortals love your craft beverages. You go to a brewery and pay $15 for a pint of something that tastes like a pine tree and has a name like Hops of Despair. But you have nothing on the mead of poetry. After a war between the 2 groups of gods, the Aesir and the Vanir, they made peace. To seal the deal, they all spat into a vat. Yes, more spit. I told you this was going to be disgusting. From that communal saliva, They created a being named Kvasir. He was the wisest person to ever live. He traveled the world, but eventually 2 dwarves killed him. Dwarves in Norse myths are basically the mad scientists of the fantasy world. They're very creative, but have 0 ethics. They drained Kvasir's blood and mixed it with honey. They fermented it in 3 vats. This was the mead of poetry. Anyone who drank it became a skald, a poet, or a scholar. It was literal liquid genius. Odin, of course, wanted it. He went to the mountain where a giantess named Gunnlod was guarding it. He spent 3 nights with her, and in exchange, she allowed him 3 sips of the mead. Odin didn't sip. He drained all 3 vats in 3 gulps. Then he turned into an eagle and flew toward Asgard. The giant who owned the mead also turned into an eagle and chased him. As Odin flew over the walls of Asgard, he spat the mead into jars the gods had prepared. But because he was in a rush and being chased by a giant eagle, a little bit of the mead, well, it came out the other end. It leaked out of his backwards-facing pipes, shall we say. The mead that Odin spat into the jars is the source of all great poetry and true wisdom. The mead that fell from his rear end, that became the source of all bad poetry. All the rhyming greeting cards, the terrible high school sonnets, the cringe-worthy song lyrics, that all comes from the eagle waste of Odin. So next time you hear a truly terrible song on the radio, just remember, someone accidentally drank the wrong part of the god's bird droppings. It puts your bad taste in perspective, doesn't it? Part 6. The luxury of a peaceful night. The Vikings lived in a world where the gods were always one mistake away from disaster. They lived in a world where the wind was a giant's breath and the thunder was a god's anger. They didn't have comfort. They had survival. They sat in those smoky halls, sharing their snot water, and told these stories to make sense of the cold. They knew that one day the fire would go out. They knew that Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, was inevitable. In their version of the end, the world doesn't end with a whimper. It ends with the Midgard serpent rising from the ocean, Fenrir breaking his silken chains, and the giants marching across a rainbow bridge that shatters under their weight. Thor and the serpent kill each other. Odin is eaten by the wolf. The sun goes black. The earth sinks into the sea. And then the earth rises again, green and fair. 2 humans survive in a tree. A new sun is born. It's a cycle. Everything dies, but something new always starts. Now, look at you. You're lying there in a room where the temperature hasn't changed by more than 2 degrees all night. You have a smart device that tracks your sleep cycles and tells you if you've been restless. You have meditation apps that play the sound of rain. The same rain that would have been a death sentence for a Viking sailor caught in a storm. You have the luxury of boredom. You have the luxury of safety. You can listen to a dragon talk about snot buckets and poetry blood and feel relaxed. That is the ultimate human achievement, isn't it? You've turned the most terrifying myths of a warrior culture into a sleep story. I find it hilarious and a little bit impressive. Part 7. Closing the gates. The fire in my hearth is burning low. The gold beneath my scales is warm, and the mountain air is still. The Norsemen are long gone. Their long houses are now just outlines in the grass, and their gods have moved from the temples to your movie screens. But the stories remain. They remind you that even when the wolf is at the door, even when you have to dress up as a bride to get your hammer back, you keep going. So, tiny mortal, take a lesson from the Vikings. Not the snot-sharing part. Please, for the love of all that is holy, keep using your own towels. But take their resilience. Take their ability to find humor in a wedding dress and wisdom in a well. The world isn't ending tonight. Ragnarok is still a long way off. Your monsters are just unread emails and bills, not giant wolves that can swallow the sun. You can handle them in the morning. For now, just breathe. Imagine the snow falling on a dark fjord. Imagine the distant glow of a mead hall, where the fire is bright and the stories are loud. You are the heir to all that chaos, but you get to enjoy it from the safety of a bed that doesn't have any goats in it. I'm going to close my eyes now. I have a few more centuries of napping to get through. I suggest you do the same. Sleep well, tiny human. May your dreams be free of giant serpents, and may your morning water be fresh and unspat in. Farewell. Until you feel the need to hear more of my sarcasm, I will be here, guarding my gold and judging your luxury choices. Good night. Or as the Vikings might say, before they tried to sleep in a room full of cows, try not to get kicked. Would you like me to tell you the story of how Loki once turned into a mare and became a mother to an 8-legged horse? Or is that a bit too much wisdom for one night? Maybe save that for the next Hoard visit. Go to sleep. Good evening, human. I am a fearsome dragon, and yet here I am, doing bedtime stories, how the mighty have fallen. Go on, settle into that mattress, the one with the specialized lumbar support, and the moisture-wicking fabric that cost more than a medieval cottage. Adjust your noise-cancelling headphones, so you don't have to hear the terrifying sound of a breeze or your own thoughts. You're feeling quite secure, aren't you? You have a smart thermostat, maintaining a crisp 68 degrees. And if you get thirsty, you have a filtered tap that doesn't contain a single trace of cholera. Tonight, we are leaving the safety of your suburban nests. We are traveling back to the 19th century, to a jagged tooth of rock sticking out of the North Atlantic. We are going to inhabit the mind of a lighthouse keeper. You think you've experienced isolation because you had to stay in your house for a few weeks with high-speed internet and grocery delivery. You sweet summer children. You have no idea what alone feels like until the only thing between you and a watery grave is a 60-foot cylinder of granite and a very large pile of whale fat. I've watched these men from the clouds for centuries. They were a strange, salty breed, half mad, smells like a wet dog, and possessed of a stubbornness that even a dragon can admire. Before we begin, I've been trying to impress some lady dragons, but I can't compete with these other males who have treasures larger than my own. Although, I've heard some humans say, size doesn't matter, and it's how you use it, whatever that means. Please consider liking and subscribing if you enjoy my stories, and let me know in the comments what tales you would like next from my hoard. Now, close your eyes. Breathe in that purified, scent-diffused air, and let the sound of the crashing surf in your mind lead you into the lantern room. Part 1. The Job Description from Hell. Imagine your current job. You probably sit at a desk, complaining about alignment meetings and the fact that the office coffee machine only has 2 types of roast. Now, look at the 19th century lighthouse service. Their benefits package included extreme dampness, the constant threat of scurvy, and the high probability of being swept into the sea by a rogue wave while you were just trying to use the outdoor privy. You mortals love your work-from-home setups. Well, this was the ultimate work-from-home gig, except the home was a vertical stone pipe, and the commute was 150 stairs that you had to climb every few hours, carrying 5-gallon buckets of oil. Back then, the streets of London or New York were, as we've discussed, a nightmare of horse exhaust and night soil tossed from windows. You'd think the lighthouse would be a clean escape, wouldn't you? Wrong. Inside that tower, it smelled like a locker room at a whale oil convention. You were living in a chimney. The soot from the lamps coated everything. Your clothes, your food, your lungs. You'd blow your nose and the handkerchief would look like it had been used to clean a coal mine. And yet, these mortals did it. They sat on these rocks for months at a time. Why? Because if that light went out, 1,000 tons of oak and iron would smash into the reef, and the screams of the drowning would be the only thing louder than the wind. No pressure, though. Just make sure you don't run out of matches. Part 2. The Fresnel Lens and the Whale Fat Buffet. Let's talk about the tech of the time. You have your OLED screens and your fiber optics. The 19th century lighthouse keeper had the Fresnel lens. It was a masterpiece of glass, hundreds of prisms polished to a mirror finish, arranged like a giant glass beehive. It was the only thing that could take a single flame and throw its light 20 miles into the dark. But what fueled that flame? This is the part where you'd probably faint. Before kerosene became the standard, they used colza oil, which is basically rapeseed oil, or more commonly, whale oil. Yes, to keep the ships safe, they had to boil down a giant sea mammal. It was thick, it was greasy, and in the winter, it turned into a sort of yellowish lard. Imagine the luxury of your morning. You flip a switch, and the light comes on. The keeper had to haul that lard up the stairs, heat it up so it would flow, and then carefully trim the wicks of the lamp. If the wicks were too long, they'd smoke and ruin the glass. If they were too short, the light was dim. It was a constant, greasy dance. The lens itself sat on a bed of mercury, or was rotated by a massive clockwork mechanism. You know how you have to wind a grandfather clock? Imagine a clockwork system that moves several tons of glass. The keeper had to wind the light every few hours by cranking a heavy weight back to the top of the tower. It was like a gym membership you couldn't cancel, even if your legs were screaming. You think leg day is hard? Try leg eon. Part 3. The Diary. Monday. Rain. Tuesday. Still rain. Now, let's open the diary. I found this one in a wreck off the coast of Maine. The pages are stiff with salt, but the handwriting is steady. The mark of a man who has nothing to do but wait for the world to end. October 14th, it begins. Wind from the northeast. The spray is hitting the gallery windows. Thomas hasn't spoken a word to me in 3 days. I suspect he's annoyed that I ate the last of the salt pork. Or perhaps he's just forgotten how to use his vocal cords. This is the reality of 19th century socializing. Usually, there were 2 or 3 keepers. You were stuck in a space the size of your walk-in closet with the same 2 people for 6 months. No podcasts, no streaming, no scrolling. Just the sound of your partner chewing his hardtack and the whistling of the wind through the cracks in the masonry. You mortals are so afraid of boredom. You reach for your phone the second there's a lull in a conversation. A lighthouse keeper would have killed for a lull. Their silence was a physical thing. It was heavy. It was the kind of silence that makes you start giving names to the individual seagulls that land on the railing. Oh, look, there's Harold. Harold looks like he's judging my beard again. The diary continues. Spent 4 hours polishing the brass today. Then another 3 hours polishing the spare brass. If the light doesn't kill me, the reflection from the doorknob surely will. Contrast this with your life. You have content. You have an infinite stream of nonsense to keep your brain from ever having to settle. The keeper had a Bible, maybe an old newspaper from 3 months ago, and the tally of how many times the waves hit the rock. Their minds were like the sea, deep, dark, and occasionally filled with monsters of their own making. Part 4. Hygiene in a stone tube. I know you lot love your self-care routines. You have your 10-step skincare regimens and your rainhead showers with the perfect water pressure. A 19th century lighthouse keeper's skincare was whatever salt spray hit him in the face when he opened the door. Bathing? Don't make me laugh. Fresh water was for drinking. It was collected from the rain that ran off the roof and stored in a cistern that usually had a few drowned mice in it for flavor. You didn't waste that precious liquid on washing. You'd go weeks, sometimes months, without a full scrub. You smelled like a mixture of old tobacco, unwashed wool, and the oil you were burning. If you walked into a modern supermarket today, the freshness would probably kill you instantly. And the bathroom situation. Let's just say that when you're on a rock in a storm, you don't go for a leisurely stroll to a tiled restroom. You had a bucket, and when the bucket was full, you waited for a gap in the wind and threw the contents into the Atlantic. You think you're civilized because you have a flush toilet. You're just lucky. The keeper was basically playing a high-stakes game of don't pee into the wind. It's disgusting, isn't it? But there's a certain honesty in it. No scented candles to hide the truth. Just the raw, pungent reality of being a human being on the edge of the world. Part 5. The Smalls Lighthouse Incident. Since this is a sleep story, I should probably mention the parts that will make you glad you're in a warm bed. Let's talk about the Smalls Lighthouse in 1801. It's a classic bit of lighthouse history that proves why you should always pick your roommates carefully. There were two keepers, Thomas Howell and Thomas Griffith. They famously didn't get along. They argued about everything: how to trim the wicks, who ate the most beans, whose turn it was to polish the brass. Then Griffith got sick and died. Now, Howell was in a bind. If he threw the body into the sea, people would think he murdered his partner. So what did he do? He built a makeshift coffin out of some interior shelving and lashed it to the outside railing of the lighthouse. The wind blew, the waves crashed, and for weeks the body of his rival hung right outside the window, the arm occasionally coming loose and knocking on the glass as the wind caught it. Howell had to keep the light burning. He had to stay at his post night after night, with his dead partner literally tapping on the window to say hello. By the time the relief boat arrived, Howell was unrecognizable. He had gone completely gray. You mortals get anxiety if your neighbor plays their music too loud. Imagine a dead man knocking on your bedroom window for a month while you're trapped on a rock. Suddenly, that noisy neighbor doesn't seem so bad, does he? Part 6. Food, hardtack, and salt pork. Let's look at the menu in the diary. Dinner, salt pork, again. The hardtack has developed a particularly interesting colony of weevils. I've named the leader Napoleon. He seems ambitious. You have Uber Eats. You have meal kits. You have a refrigerator that stays a constant 37 degrees. The keeper had barrels of flour, barrels of salt, barrels of dried peas. Everything was preserved, which is a 19th century word for tastes like a leather boot that was soaked in the ocean. Hardtack was the staple. It's basically a flour and water biscuit baked so hard it could be used as a blunt force weapon. To eat it, you had to soak it in coffee or water, not to make it taste better, but just so you didn't shatter your teeth. And yes, the weevils. You just tapped the biscuit on the table, watched the bugs crawl out, and then ate the biscuit anyway, because you hadn't seen a fresh vegetable in 3 months. Luxury for a keeper was a plum duff, a boiled pudding made with flour and raisins. That was their celebration. You eat celebration cake because it's Friday. They ate a flour clump because they hadn't died of a storm yet. Think about that as you drift off. Think about the taste of fresh, cool water. Think about the crunch of a crisp apple. You live like kings, and you don't even know it. You're sitting on a hoard of freshness that a lighthouse keeper would have traded his soul for. Part 7. The Storm. The diary gets frantic here. The handwriting is jagged. October 28th. The sea is no longer waves. It is a solid wall of white. The tower is vibrating. I can feel the granite groan under the pressure. The windows in the living quarters have shattered. Everything is soaked. When a real storm hits a lighthouse, it's not cozy. It's not aesthetic. It's a siege. The sound is like 1,000 freight trains passing through your bedroom. The spray reaches the very top of the tower, 100 feet up, coating the lantern glass in salt that has to be scraped off in the middle of the hurricane. I've seen storms that would make your little human hearts stop just from the vibrations. I've seen waves so large they've plucked the massive iron bells right off the galleries. And in the middle of it all, there is one mortal, shivering in his wool coat, holding a rag, making sure the light stays bright. Why? Because he's a keeper. It's a bizarre sense of duty. He doesn't know the ships out there. He'll never meet the sailors, but he knows that he is the only thing standing between them and the rocks. You think you have responsibilities. You think your deadlines are important. If a keeper missed his deadline, people died. Real people. In the cold, dark water. Contrast that fury with the stillness of your room. The only vibration you feel is perhaps a notification on your phone. The only storm you face is a mildly worded email from your boss. The world is so quiet for you. So safe. It's almost boring. Let that safety wash over you. The tower is holding. The granite is strong. The storm is outside. And you are inside. Part 8. The Final Watch. The diary ends on a quiet note. November 4th. The sun has come out. The sea is like glass, as if it didn't try to kill us just 48 hours ago. The relief boat is on the horizon. I can see the white sails. I think I'll buy a hat when I get to shore. A very large, very dry hat. The keeper leaves the rock. He goes back to the world of night soil and horse exhaust. But to him, it's paradise. He'll have a steak. He'll have a bath. He'll sleep in a bed that doesn't vibrate when the wind blows. And then, in 6 months, he'll go back. Because the sea calls to certain mortals. It's a sickness, really. Or a calling. You are safe in your own lighthouse tonight. Your home is your tower. But unlike the keeper, you don't have to carry the oil. You don't have to trim the wicks. You don't have to share a bucket with a man named Thomas who refuses to speak to you. You just have to close your eyes. The light is burning bright. The mechanism is turning. A slow, rhythmic click-whir, click-whir. The giant Fresnel lens is casting its long, protective arms across the dark water of your mind. I'm going to stay here for a while, perched on the imaginary gallery of your sleep, watching the horizon. No dragons are going to attack tonight. I've already claimed this hoard, and you lot are far too sleepy to be interesting. Breathe in. Out. The salt is in the air, but the fire is in the hearth. The diary is closed. Napoleon the Weevil has been defeated. The storm has passed. Sleep well, tiny mortals. The watch is taken. The light is steady. And the sea is finally, mercifully, quiet. Good night, or steady as she goes, as those salty humans used to say, before they realized they were talking to a bird. Go to sleep. The rock is solid, the tower is tall, and the dragon is bored of your heavy breathing. Would you like me to tell you about the ghost lights that sailors used to see? The ones that led them into the rocks instead of away? Or should I just let you drift off into your perfectly sanitized, weevil-free dreams? Sleep. Now. Welcome, you fragile, central-heated mortals. Go on, settle into that ergonomically designed chair. Adjust your smart thermostat by a single degree, because you've got a slight chill. Pull that synthetic fleece blanket up to your chin, the one that was made in a factory and delivered to your door by a man in a van within 24 hours. You're feeling quite secure, aren't you? You think you know what winter is because you had to scrape a thin layer of frost off your windshield this morning, while complaining that your heated seats took a whole 3 minutes to kick in. You truly amuse me. Tonight we are going back. We are leaving your world of double-glazed windows and infinite hot water. We are traveling back to the Middle Ages, specifically the 14th century. It's February. The Little Ice Age is starting to bite. The sun has been down for hours, and it won't be back for a long, long time. We are going to look at how the common folk, the ones who actually kept the world turning, while the knights were busy falling off horses, survived a night that would quite literally turn your modern, soft bodies into human popsicles. I was there, of course, watching from the frost-rimmed crags as you tiny, hairless apes tried to outsmart the cold. It was a desperate, smelly, and fascinating struggle. Before we begin, feeding your grandchildren is quite expensive when all they eat is gold. So please consider liking and subscribing if you enjoy my stories, and let me know in the comments what tales you would like next from my hoard. Now, close your eyes, listen to the crackle of my fire. A real fire, mind you, not a 4K loop on your television. And let's see if you could have survived a single night in a medieval winter. Part 1. The luxury of a mud hut. Let's start with your home. You call it a house. I call it a cruck cottage, which is essentially a fancy way of saying a tent made of mud and disappointment. There's no foundation. There's no open concept kitchen. The walls are made of wattle and daub, twigs woven together and plastered over with a delightful mixture of mud, straw, and, well, let's be honest, cow dung. You mortals love your organic and all-natural building materials today. This was the peak of that trend. The dung acted as a binder. It was cheap, it was plentiful, and it provided a certain pungent insulation. Now, look at your ceiling. You see drywall. A medieval human looked up and saw thatch, layers of dried straw or reeds. It was great for keeping out the rain, mostly. It was also a 5-star hotel for rats, mice, and every biting insect known to God. When the wind howled outside at 30 miles per hour, the thatch would whistle. It was the white noise machine of the 1300s, except it occasionally dropped a flea onto your forehead. But the real feature of this home was the lack of a chimney. Chimneys were for the nobility, the 1% who wanted to breathe. For you, there was an open hearth right in the middle of the room. The smoke didn't go up a flue. It just drifted around the rafters until it eventually leaked out through the thatch. Imagine that. You're trying to sleep, and the room is a permanent grey haze of wood smoke. Your eyes are watering. Your throat feels like you've swallowed a bag of soot. And your clothes, the only clothes you own, by the way, smell like a campfire that's been put out with damp socks. You mortals complain about air quality alerts in your cities. A medieval peasant lived in a permanent air quality catastrophe. But hey, that smoke did one thing. It killed the bugs. Or at least, it made them as miserable as you were. Part 2. The original smart home. Livestock as heaters. Now, let's talk about your roommates. You have a cat or a dog, perhaps? Maybe a goldfish? How charming. In the dead of winter, a medieval family had much larger guests. See that partition at the end of the one-room cottage? That's where the cow lives, and the pig, and the sheep. Why? Because the lord of the manor would have your head if the livestock froze. But more importantly, because a cow is a 4-legged, 1,200-pound space heater. This was the original smart home technology. It was biothermal heating. A cow generates a tremendous amount of body heat. By bringing the animals inside, the family raised the temperature of the hut by several crucial degrees. Think about the sensory experience. You're lying in the dark. To your left is your spouse. To your right is your 3 children. And 10 feet away, a cow is having a very loud, very wet digestive episode. The smell was a breathtaking bouquet of manure, wet wool, animal breath, and unwashed human. You mortals spend hundreds of dollars on essential oil diffusers to make your rooms smell like lavender and sea salt. The medieval human had a diffuser too, but it was a goat, and its scent was desperation and damp fur. But in the middle of a blizzard, that goat was the most beautiful thing in the world, because it meant you weren't going to wake up as a block of ice. Part 3. Winter fashion. The itchy layer cake. Let's look at your wardrobe. You have thermal base layers, moisture-wicking fabrics, and down-filled parkas. If you get wet, you change. If you get cold, you put on a sweater made of cashmere. The medieval mortal had wool. And linen. And that's about it. You didn't change clothes for winter. You just added everything you owned. You wore a linen chemise or shirt, which by February was likely the color of a rainy Tuesday. And then layers of heavy, undyed wool. Wool is a miracle fabric, truly. It stays warm even when wet, which was lucky, because you were always wet. The humidity inside a mud hut was nearly 100%. The walls wept condensation. Your cloak was damp. Your boots, made of thin leather and stuffed with dried grass for insulation, were soggy from the moment you stepped outside to check the grain. And the itch. Oh, the itch. No soft cotton here. This was wool straight from a sheep that probably wasn't very happy about the arrangement. It was scratchy, it was thick, and it was filled with hitchhikers. Lice were not a sign of poor hygiene. They were a fact of life. Everyone had them. The king, the priest, the farmer. In the winter, when everyone huddled together for warmth, the lice had a grand old time moving from one person to the next. It was a true communal experience. You think retro fashion is cool? Try wearing a wool tunic that hasn't been washed since the harvest moon, held together by a leather belt and a prayer, while a family of head lice holds a rave on your scalp. It certainly puts your scratchy sweater in perspective, doesn't it? Part 4. Culinary Delights, Pottage and Despair. What's for dinner? You open your refrigerator, a magical cold box filled with food from across the globe. You can't decide between Thai or Italian. You're bored of chicken. In the winter of 1340, you weren't bored. You were terrified. You were eating pottage. Pottage was a thick soup stew that never really ended. You had a cauldron over that central fire. Every day you threw in whatever you had. Some dried peas, a few shriveled leeks, a handful of oats. Maybe, if it was a lucky week, a piece of salt pork that was more salt than pork. You didn't clean the pot. You just kept adding to it. They called it the perpetual stew. You'd eat the thick stuff at the bottom, add some water and more grain, and keep it simmering. And the bread? Oh, let's talk about the bread. It wasn't your fluffy, white, sliced luxury. It was black bread made of rye and barley, and it was hard enough to use as a shield. In a bad winter, the rye could get a fungus called ergot. Now, ergot is a fascinating thing. It's a hallucinogen. Entire villages would eat bad bread and spend the next 3 days seeing demons, feeling like their skin was on fire, or dancing until they collapsed. It was called St. Anthony's Fire. You mortals pay thousands of dollars at music festivals to have experiences that a medieval peasant got for free from a moldy loaf of bread. Though, to be fair, the peasant usually lost a few toes to gangrene afterward, so the trade-off wasn't great. Your foodie culture is a joke. These people were eating fermented cabbage and oat mush for 4 months straight, just to keep their hearts beating. And they didn't have vitamin supplements. If they didn't have enough dried herbs, they just got scurvy, your gums bleeding, and your old scars reopening. Now, that is a winter vibe. Part 5. Sanitation. The Gardyloo reality. I promised you some street spice, and I always deliver. You have a bathroom, a room dedicated to cleanliness, with porcelain fixtures and treated water. When you go, it disappears into a hole and becomes someone else's problem miles away. The medieval winter made the bathroom situation complicated. In a village, you might have a cesspit, a hole in the ground behind a house. But in the winter, the ground is frozen, and it's dark, and there are wolves, real ones, not the twilight kind. So, you used a bucket or a pot, and in the morning, you had to deal with it. In the cities, you'd open your shutters, yell, "Gardez-l'eau," from the French gare de l'eau, meaning, watch out for the water, and toss the contents of your night pot into the street. Now imagine a medieval street in February. It isn't paved, it's dirt. The dirt is now a frozen slurry of mud, animal waste, and human contributions. Because it's freezing, it stays there. It piles up. When the spring thaw finally comes, the smell is enough to knock a dragon out of the sky. You think your dirty city streets are bad because there's a crisp packet and a cigarette butt on the sidewalk. Try walking through a frozen lasagna of filth that's been accumulating since November. If you slipped and fell, you didn't just ruin your day. You probably contracted a disease that would be named after you in a medical textbook 500 years later. But in the hut, on a cold night, the bucket stayed in the corner. You weren't going out there. Not in that wind. You just lived with the smell. You lived with everything. After a while, I suppose, you just stopped noticing. Or you died. Both were valid options. Part 6. Entertainment. No Netflix, just gossip and darkness. The sun sets at 4 p.m. It won't rise again until 8 a.m. That is 16 hours of darkness. What do? You don't have electricity. You don't have scrolling. You don't even have books because you can't read and books cost as much as a farm. You had rushlights. You'd take a dried rush, a type of marsh plant, dip it in animal fat, tallow, and light it. It gave off a tiny, flickering, smoky flame that lasted about 20 minutes. It smelled like a burning cow. It was the mood lighting of the era. And it was terrible. So, you sat in the dark. You sat around the dying embers of the hearth. And you talked. This is where the stories came from. You told legends about heroes. You gossiped about who the blacksmith was wooing. And you terrified each other with stories of the unseen. The woods weren't just nature to a medieval human. They were filled with fairies, goblins, and spirits that would steal your breath if you wandered too far. There was a certain coziness there, I suppose, if you ignore the starvation and the lice. It was the ultimate unplugged experience. You knew every story your father knew. You knew the cadence of your mother's voice in the dark. You were connected to your tiny tribe in a way you mortals can't even fathom now. With your friends, on a screen, whom you've never actually met. But let's be real. You'd be bored out of your mind within 20 minutes. You'd be reaching for a phone that doesn't exist, crying for a recharge that won't be invented for 7 centuries. The medieval human's superpower was the ability to just sit in the dark for 10 hours. Part 7. Sleeping Arrangements. The Pile. Finally, the end of the day. Time for bed. You have your king-size mattress with the Cool Touch cover. You have your weighted blanket and your 4 pillows of varying firmness. The medieval family had a bed. Singular. It was a wooden frame, if they were lucky, but usually just a raised area of the floor covered in straw. They didn't go to bed. They piled. Body heat was the most valuable resource they had. You didn't sleep alone. You slept with your spouse, your children, your elderly aunt, and maybe a traveler who was passing through. You were a human pile, a mortal lasagna. You slept under coverlets of heavy, itchy wool or animal skins, and because the air was so cold, you wore your hats to bed. You wore your cloaks. You wore everything. This is the part you'd find the most difficult. You mortals love your personal space. You have boundaries. In a medieval winter, boundaries were how you died of hypothermia. You wanted to be as close to the next warm body as possible. And remember the straw. It wasn't changed every day. It became a compressed mat of dust, old food, and occupants. The phrase, "Don't let the bedbugs bite," wasn't a cute saying. It was a tactical instruction. Because they would bite. All night. But as the wind rattled the cruck beams and the snow drifted against the mud walls, you'd sink into that pile. You'd listen to the cows' rhythmic breathing, the crackle of the last log, and the snoring of your uncle. You'd feel the warmth of the humans around you, and, for a moment, the world felt okay. Part 8. The Morning Thaw, or lack thereof. Morning didn't bring much relief. You woke up in the dark. The fire was out. The water in the bucket had a layer of ice on it. The first person up, usually the mother, had the joy of trying to coax a spark from the tinder box to get the fire going again. If the fire went out completely, you had to walk to a neighbor's house to borrow a live coal. You didn't jump in the shower. You didn't even wash your face. Bathing was considered dangerous in the winter. It opened the pores to the bad air and the plague. You just wiped the sleep from your eyes with a grimy hand, put on your boot, and went back to work. Because the work never stopped. You had to break the ice for the animals. You had to haul wood. You had to pray that the grain in the bin would last until the first green shoots of spring. Contrast that with your morning. You roll out of bed. Your feet hit a carpet. You walk into a kitchen and press a button, and bean water appears. You look at the weather app and decide it's too cold to go for a run. You mortals are comfortable, but you are fragile. A medieval human was made of iron and leather. They survived the Little Ice Age with nothing but a mud hut, a cow, and a bowl of moldy pottage. Conclusion. The luxury of perspective. The fire in my hearth is burning low now. My scales are warm, and the gold in my hoard is glowing in the embers. I see you there, drifting off. Your breathing is slow and steady. You're safe. The wolves are gone. The Gardy-Loo is a historical footnote, and your bread is definitely ergot-free. You live in a world of calm luxury that would have made a medieval king look like a beggar. You have conquered the night. You have banished the cold. But as you close your eyes, perhaps give a tiny thought to those who came before. The ones who huddled in the dark. The ones who shared their bedroom with a pig. The ones who found beauty in a flickering rushlight. They were your ancestors. Their blood is in your veins. You are the result of 1,000 generations of humans who were too stubborn to freeze to death. So sleep well, tiny mortals. Value your plumbing. Cherish your central heat. And for the love of the gods, stop complaining about the Wi-Fi being slow. The dragon is watching. The hearth is warm. The night is long, but the morning is guaranteed for you. Good night, humans. Sleep tight. And seriously, don't let the bedbugs bite. I hear they're making a comeback in 2026. Farewell. See you when the sun rises, or when you need another reminder of how lucky you are. Would you like me to tell you the story of the Great Frost Fair on the River Thames, where they once roasted an entire ox on the ice? Or are you already too deep in your synthetic fleece dreams? Sleep now. The story is over. Hello, mortals. Welcome back to my hoard. You may be wondering, why is a dragon talking to me? And I would ask you in return, why are you awake at this hour, human? Go on, get comfortable. Adjust that memory foam pillow, the one designed by engineers to cradle your skull as if it were a fragile egg. Ensure your weighted blanket is perfectly distributed to simulate the affection you're too busy to find in the real world. Long day. Perhaps your phone charger is a bit too short, or your favorite streaming service just raised its prices by $2. Life can be hard sometimes. Tonight, we're going to talk about a human who had even more problems. We are going back to the 2nd century, to the height of the Roman Empire, to visit a man named Marcus Aurelius. He was an emperor, a philosopher, and a man who spent a significant portion of his life trying to convince himself that being poked in the eye by fate was actually a learning opportunity. I was there, of course. I've seen empires rise like sourdough and collapse like a poorly made souffle. I watched Marcus in his tent on the freezing Danube frontier, scratching out his thoughts by the light of a flickering tallow candle that smelled like a burning goat. Before we begin, a small favor for an old dragon. If you've enjoyed resting here beneath my wings, consider subscribing to my hoard of stories. Each new believer helps me gather more treasures and avoid ravaging cities for loot when I'm low on funds. I'm retired now, and my back makes sounds that haunt even me. Now, close your eyes. Breathe in that climate-controlled, filtered air that doesn't contain a trace of wood smoke or bubonic plague. And let's dive into the mind of the last good emperor. Part 1. The emperor who wanted to stay in bed. Imagine you are the most powerful human on the planet. You own everything from the damp forests of Britain to the scorching sands of Egypt. You can have anyone executed for sneezing too loudly. You have more gold than I do. Well, almost. Now, imagine that all you want to do is stay in bed and read a book about logic. Marcus Aurelius didn't want the job. He was a bookworm who was thrust into the role of emperor because his adoptive father, Antoninus Pius, told him he had to. He spent his life surrounded by people who wanted to kill him, people who wanted to use him, and a son who, let's be honest, was a bit of a cinematic villain in the making. You mortals complain about Monday mornings. Marcus woke up to Monday mornings where the Germanic tribes were crossing the river to burn down his provinces, and his generals were plotting to take his throne. He wrote a book called Meditations, though he didn't call it that. He called it To Himself. It wasn't meant for you. It wasn't a bestseller designed to get him a book tour or a podcast. It was a diary. It was a man shouting at himself in the dark to stay sane. Think about the contrast. You post your inspirational quotes on social media to get validation from strangers. Marcus wrote his to keep himself from throwing his annoying co-workers off a bridge. It's the ultimate internal monologue. And the Rome he lived in? You see the movies with the clean white marble and the people in pristine togas. The reality was a bit more aromatic. Rome was a city of 1 million people, packed into a space that could barely hold half that. There were no trash trucks. There was no sanitation department. If you were walking down a Roman street, you had to keep your head up. Not to admire the architecture, but because someone in a 4th-story apartment was about to empty their night pot out the window. You think your dirty cities are a problem because there's some litter in the park. Try navigating a street where the paving is a slurry of mud, animal waste, and human contributions. And the smell? Imagine a giant, sun-baked dumpster filled with wet wool and rotting fish sauce. That was the capital of the world. Yet, Marcus looked at all that filth and chaos and told himself, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." It's easy to say that when you're in a spa. It's a bit harder when you're stepping over a dead dog in a Roman alley. Part 2. The Antonine Plague and Ancient Medicine. You mortals have lived through a few years of unprecedented times. You had to wear masks and stay home with your high-speed internet and your sourdough starters. In the year 165, Marcus had to deal with the Antonine Plague. It was likely smallpox, and it was devastating. It killed millions. People were dropping dead in the streets of Rome, faster than they could bury them. Contrast your healthcare with theirs. You have vaccines, antibiotics, and doctors who actually know what a germ is. The Romans had Galen. Now, Galen was the best doctor of his age, but his idea of medicine involved balancing your humors. If you were sick, it was because you had too much black bile or yellow phlegm. His solution? Bloodletting. Oh, you feel weak and feverish. Let me slice your arm open and drain half your blood into this bowl. That should do the trick. If that didn't work, they might suggest you wear an amulet made of dried lizard skin, or drink a concoction of vinegar and crushed lead. It's a miracle anyone survived a common cold, let alone a plague. Marcus watched his friends die. He watched his children die. He lost 8 of them. He sat in the middle of a dying empire, and he didn't panic. He didn't look for someone to blame. He didn't start a conspiracy theory on the ancient version of Reddit. He wrote, "Loss is nothing else but change, and change is nature's delight." That is Stoicism in a nutshell. It's not about having a poker face. It's about realizing that the universe is a giant, churning machine of change, and you are just a tiny, temporary gear. You can either grind and spark and break, or you can turn with the machine. Think about that while you're lying there. You're worried about the future. You're worried about things you can't control. Marcus was surrounded by actual, literal death, and he told himself to just be a good person in the moment. That's it. That's the whole hack. Be grateful you live in a time where medicine involves a pill and a nap, rather than a lizard skin and a blood bowl. Part 3. The shared sponge and Roman comfort. Let's get back to the disgusting bits, because I know how much you mortals love to feel superior to your ancestors. Let's talk about the Roman public toilets. You value your privacy. You have a room in your house with a lock on the door, where you can sit in silence and look at your phone. A Roman public latrine was a social event. You sat on a long marble bench with 20 other people, shoulder to shoulder, and you chatted about the weather or the gladiator games while you did your business. But that's not the best part. There was no toilet paper. Instead, there was a bucket of salt water with a sponge on a stick. It was called a xylospongium. And here is the kicker, mortals. It was communal. You used it. You rinsed it in the bucket. And you passed it to the guy next to you. Care for the sponge, Lucius? Why, thank you, Marcus. Any news on the Parthian invasion? You mortals carry around hand sanitizer and get upset if a stranger brushes against your arm in the grocery store. The Romans shared a butt sponge with a stadium's worth of strangers and thought nothing of it. Think about that when you're feeling stressed about your life. You have 3-ply toilet paper. You are living in a level of luxury that would have made a Roman emperor weep with envy. Marcus had all the gold in the world, but he still had to share a sponge stick with a guy named Flavian, who hadn't bathed since the reign of Hadrian. He used these daily indignities to practice his philosophy. Stoicism teaches that nothing is gross or bad unless your mind decides it is. A sponge is just a sponge. A smell is just a smell. If you don't let it bother you, it doesn't exist. Of course, I'm a dragon. I breathe fire and live in a cave. I don't need sponges. But for you soft-skinned creatures, the contrast is quite something, isn't it? Part 4. Control what you can. Ignore the rest. This is the core of Marcus's writings. It's called the dichotomy of control. You mortals spend 90% of your energy worrying about things you have zero control over. You worry about what people think of you. You worry about the economy. You worry about the ending of a TV show. You worry about the weather. Marcus had a lot to worry about. He had a wife, Faustina, who was rumored to be, let's say, very friendly with certain gladiators. He had a son, Commodus, who preferred killing ostriches in the arena to learning how to rule an empire. He had generals who declared themselves emperor the moment they thought Marcus was dead. His advice to himself: you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Imagine if you applied that. Someone cuts you off in traffic. You can't control the car. You can't control the driver. But you can control your reaction. You can choose not to be angry. But he was rude, you cry. Marcus would say, the best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury. It's such a simple, annoying piece of advice. Don't be a jerk back to the jerk. Just stay in your own lane, literally and metaphorically. You have all these modern self-help gurus telling you to manifest your reality, or hustle until your eyes bleed. Marcus was the ultimate hustler. He ran the world, and his advice was to stop being a puppet to your impulses. You are a puppet. Your phone pings, and you jump. Someone likes your photo, and you feel good. Someone leaves a mean comment, and your day is ruined. You are letting the world pull your strings. Marcus wanted to cut the strings. He wanted to be a rock in the middle of a stormy sea. The waves crash against the rock, but the rock doesn't move. It just stays there, being a rock. Be the rock, mortal. Stop being the puppet. Part 5. Tent Life and the German Winter. For the last decade of his life, Marcus didn't live in a palace. He lived in a tent. He was stationed on the frontier, fighting the Marcomannic Wars. It was cold. It was muddy. The ground was frozen, and the air was filled with the sounds of dying men and screaming horses. Contrast this with your glamping. You go to a tent that has a queen-sized bed, a heater, and a charcuterie board. You call it roughing it, because there's no Wi-Fi. Marcus was in a leather tent that leaked. He was probably wearing 50 pounds of iron armor. He was old. He was sick. He had chronic stomach problems and chest pains. And he was surrounded by enemies who wanted to chop his head off. And yet, that's where he wrote his most beautiful thoughts. Dwell on the beauty of life. Watch the stars, and see yourself running with them. He was looking through the flap of a muddy tent at a German sky, and he was thinking about the stars. He was reminding himself that his pain was temporary, that his fame was meaningless, and that the only thing that mattered was his character. You mortals have main character syndrome. You think the world is a movie, and you're the star. Marcus, who was actually the main character of his world, tried his hardest to realize he was just a speck of dust in an infinite void. Asia and Europe are corners of the universe, he wrote. The whole ocean is a drop. Mount Athos is a little clod of earth. The present moment is a point in time. That's how you get to sleep. You realize you're a speck. Your problems are speck problems. The dragon doesn't care about your speck problems, and neither does the universe. There is a great, cool peace in that realization. You don't have to carry the world. Even Marcus, who did carry the world, realized he was just holding a pebble. Part 6. The View from Above. One of the best Stoic exercises Marcus practiced was the view from above. Imagine you are soaring high above the earth, like me, but with fewer scales. You look down at your city, then your country, then the whole planet. You see the billions of humans scurrying about. You see them getting married, getting divorced, fighting wars over patches of dirt, buying things they don't need, and crying over spilled milk. From that height, it all looks like an ant farm. Can you see your stress from up there? Can you see your unanswered email? Can you see your bad hair day? Of course not. Marcus used this to remind himself that he was part of a larger whole, the Logos, the rational order of the universe. He believed that everything that happens is meant to happen, because it's part of the nature of the world. Everything suits me that suits your designs, O universe, he wrote. That's a hard pill to swallow for you mortals. You want the universe to suit your designs. You want the red light to turn green. You want the weather to be perfect for your picnic. Marcus realized that the picnic doesn't matter. The universe isn't a vending machine where you put in good behavior and get out prizes. The universe is just happening. Your job is to accept it with grace. Think about your room right now. It is a tiny, safe box in a vast, spinning world. The stars are moving. The tectonic plates are shifting. The deep oceans are churning. And here you are, worrying about something someone said to you 3 years ago. Let it go. The view from above doesn't have room for your grudges. Part 7. Memento mori. Remember you must die. I know. Dragon, this is supposed to be a sleep story. Why are you talking about death? Because Marcus Aurelius talked about death more than almost anything else. To a Stoic, memento mori isn't depressing. It's liberating. You could leave life right now, he told himself. Let that determine what you do and say and think. If you knew you were going to die tomorrow, would you spend tonight worrying about your credit score? Would you be angry at your neighbor? Would you be scrolling through photos of people you don't like? No. You'd be focused on the present. You'd be grateful for the breath in your lungs. You'd be kind to the people around you. Marcus lived every day as if it were his last, not in a party like it's 1999 way, but in a don't waste a second being a jerk way. He knew that the emperor and the guy who cleaned the toilets would both end up as dust in a very short time. Alexander the Great and his mule driver both died, he noted. And the same thing happened to both. You mortals are so afraid of the end that you forget to live the middle. You spend your lives trying to build a legacy or accumulate wealth, as if you can take your 401k to the grave. I've been sitting on this gold for 1,000 years. I've seen the owners of these coins turn to dust, then their grandchildren turn to dust, then their entire language vanish. The gold stays. The humans go. So, relax. The pressure is off. You don't have to be successful by the world's standards. You just have to be a decent human for the next few hours of sleep. That's your only job. Marcus is gone. Rome is a museum. Faustina and Commodus are just names in a book. But the truth Marcus wrote down is still here, because it's the truth of the human mind. Part 8. Closing the tent flap. The fire in my hearth is burning low now. The embers are a deep, draconic red, pulsing like the heart of the earth. Marcus Aurelius finally died in the year 180, likely of the same plague he spent years fighting. His last words to his friends were, "Why do you weep for me? Think instead of the sickness and the death that is the lot of all men." He went out like a stoic. No drama. No complaining. Just a quiet exit from the stage. You are safe in your bed. You are not in a leather tent in Germany. You are not surrounded by plague. You do not have to share a sponge on a stick. You have the calm luxury of a peaceful night. Let the thoughts of Marcus Aurelius settle into your mind like silt in a quiet pond. The world is change. Life is opinion. Control what you can. Accept the rest. Stop fighting the universe. It's much bigger than you, and it has a lot of experience being a universe. Just let go. Sink into your mattress. Let your breath become slow and rhythmic, like the tides of the Mediterranean. Your speck problems are floating away, out the window, over the trees, up into the stars where Marcus is running. The dragon is watching the horde. The emperor is at rest. The night is yours. Sleep now, tiny mortals. Be the rock. Be the speck. Be at peace. Good night. Or as Marcus might say, enter into every man's inner self, and let every man enter into yours. But maybe wait until you've brushed your teeth in the morning for that one. Farewell. I'll be here when you wake, still ancient, still sarcastic, and still far more relaxed than you. Would you like me to tell you the story of how his son Commodus eventually decided he was the reincarnation of Hercules, and tried to rename the months of the year after himself? Or should I just let you sleep in the blissful knowledge that you don't have to rule an empire? Go to sleep. The tent flap is closed. The light is out. Sleep. Now. Greetings, human. I once terrorized kingdoms, but now I terrorize insomnia. Shift your weight on that mattress, the one made of high-density memory foam. that supposedly remembers the shape of your spine better than you remember what you had for breakfast. Adjust your noise-canceling headphones to block out the terrifying sound of a neighbor's leaf blower or the distant hum of a world that never sleeps. You're feeling quite secure, aren't you? You have the entire sum of human knowledge sitting in a glass and metal slab on your nightstand. Yet here you are, asking a dragon to talk you to sleep. Tonight, we are going to discuss the ultimate forgot to back up the hard drive moment in human history. We are going back to the shores of Egypt, to a city of marble, salt air, and enough ego to fill the Mediterranean. We are going to visit the great library of Alexandria. I was there, of course. I remember the scent of the papyrus, dry, grassy, and surprisingly flammable. I watched from the thermals as you humans built a monument to your own curiosity, only to watch it crumble in slow motion over several centuries, because you couldn't stop hitting each other with swords. It's a sad tale, but a cozy one for a deep rest, provided you don't mind a bit of draconic snark about how you take your unlimited data for granted. Before we begin, I've been trying to impress some lady dragons, but I can't compete with these other males who have treasures larger than my own. Although, I've heard some humans say, size doesn't matter, and it's how you use it. Whatever that means. Please consider liking and subscribing if you enjoy my stories, and let me know in the comments what tales you would like next from my hoard. Part 1. The ultimate flex of the Ptolemies. Imagine you've just conquered the known world. Your name is Alexander, and you're so impressed with yourself that you've named about 20 different cities Alexandria. Talk about a lack of branding imagination. But the Alexandria in Egypt, that was his crown jewel. After he did the very human thing of dying young and leaving a mess behind, his general Ptolemy I took over. Ptolemy wasn't just a soldier, he was a bit of a nerd. He wanted Alexandria to be the brain of the world. He started the Museum, the home of the Muses, which was essentially the world's first government-funded research institute. It had a zoo, laboratories, and, of course, the library. You mortals love a good flex. You buy a car you can't afford, or post pictures of a vacation you didn't enjoy. The Ptolemies, they flexed by trying to own every single book ever written. And I mean every book. Back then, books weren't the tidy rectangles you have today. They were scrolls, rolls of papyrus that could be 30 feet long. If you wanted to find a specific quote, you didn't hit Command plus F. You spent 20 minutes unrolling a dead plant while trying not to tear it. The library's mission statement was simple. Collect everything. They sent agents to every book market in the Mediterranean with blank checks. If you were a traveler docking in Alexandria, you didn't just go through customs for spices or gold. You went through the book customs. Part 2. The world's most intellectual pirates. This is my favorite part of the story, because it highlights just how devious you mortals can be. The Ptolemies enacted a law. Any ship that docked in Alexandria had to surrender any books found on board. The librarians would take the scrolls, copy them onto high-quality papyrus, and then they'd give the copies back to the owners and keep the originals. It was the world's most sophisticated bait and switch. Imagine if you went to a restaurant, ordered a steak, and the waiter brought you a picture of a steak while the chef ate yours in the back. That was Alexandria. They even scammed the Athenians. Athens had the official copies of the great plays by Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, the 19th century equivalent of a first edition signed. Ptolemy III asked to borrow them to make copies. He put down a massive deposit of 15 talents of silver, roughly the price of a small fleet of ships, as a guarantee. Once he had the scrolls in Alexandria, he basically said, "Keep the silver, I'm keeping the scrolls." He stole the cultural heritage of Greece for the price of a few boats, you humans and your intellectual property disputes. The Ptolemies were the original pirates, and they didn't even need a website to do it. Part 3. The smell of scholarship and sewage. Now, let's talk about the city itself. You see Alexandria in your mind as this pristine, white marble paradise, and parts of it were. The pharaoh's lighthouse was taller than most of your skyscrapers, casting a beam that could be seen for 30 miles. But Alexandria was also a city of 1 million people. And you know what 1 million ancient humans means. It means 1 million humans worth of output. You take your flush toilets and sanitation departments for granted. In Alexandria, the sanitation department was usually a heavy rain or a very brave person with a bucket. The streets were a maze of smells: roasting meat, expensive incense, salty sea air, and the unmistakable stench of open sewers. Imagine walking to the library to study the stars, while simultaneously trying to avoid a puddle that contains things no mortal should ever step in. You'd be wearing sandals, too, leather strips and a thin sole. No waterproof sneakers or antibacterial wipes for you. Yet, inside the library, it was a different world. It was quiet. It was cool. It was filled with the scratching of pens and the rustle of papyrus. Scholars like Eratosthenes worked there. He was the human who calculated the circumference of the earth, using nothing but a stick, some shadows, and a whole lot of math. Using the distance between Alexandria and Sienne, he used the formula for the arc length of a circle. S equals r theta, where S is the distance between the two cities and theta is the angle of the sun's shadows. He realized the Earth was a sphere, while your ancestors were still wondering if the moon was made of cheese. He got it right to within about 2% of the actual value. Not bad for a mortal with a stick. Part 4. The tech of the time. Why it all went wrong. You live in the era of the cloud. You think your data is eternal because it's floating in a magical digital ether. The Library of Alexandria was the hard drive of the ancient world, but it was made of the most fragile material imaginable. Papyrus. Papyrus is made from the pith of a river weed. It's great to write on, but it hates 3 things: moisture, insects, and fire. The library didn't have climate control. They had wait and see. If a damp wind blew off the Mediterranean for a week, the scrolls would start to rot. If a beetle got into the history section, it would literally eat through the Peloponnesian War. And then there was the ink. It was made of soot, water, and gum arabic. It didn't soak into the page like your modern pens. It sat on top. If you spilled your wine, and the Greeks and Romans spilled a lot of wine, the lost wisdom of the ages would just slide off the page and onto the floor. Think about that while you're lying there. Every single play, every mathematical proof, every map of the stars existed in maybe 1 or 2 copies. If a lamp tipped over, that was it. Total deletion. No trash folder. No restore from backup. Just smoke and silence. Part 5. The slow motion burning. Now we get to the sad part. You've probably heard that the library burned down in one big, dramatic fire started by Julius Caesar. That's a bit of a Hollywood version of the truth. Humans love a single villain, but the truth is more like a slow-motion car crash that lasted 400 years. Yes, in 48 BC, Caesar was in a bit of a pickle in Alexandria. He was outnumbered and decided to set fire to his own ships in the harbor to create a diversion. The fire spread from the docks to the warehouses, and unfortunately, some of those warehouses were full of scrolls waiting to be processed. But the library survived. It was bruised, but it kept going. The real destruction was a death by 1,000 cuts. First, the Roman emperors stopped funding it because they were busy paying for wars and giant statues of themselves. Then, Mark Antony supposedly gave Cleopatra 200,000 scrolls from the Library of Pergamum to make up for Caesar's fire. The original, "I'm sorry I burnt your stuff" gift. Then came the civil wars. Every time a new emperor wanted the throne, Alexandria got besieged. In the 3rd century, Emperor Aurelian destroyed the entire royal quarter during a riot. Then, in the 4th century, religious tensions boiled over. You mortals and your ideologies. You love to burn things that don't agree with you. Whether it was the Christians, the pagans, or the later Arab conquests, everyone took a turn chipping away at the collection. By the time the final destruction happened, the library wasn't a glorious temple of knowledge. It was a half-empty building with a leaky roof and some very stressed-out librarians. Part 6. What we actually lost. What was in those scrolls? That's what keeps me up at night. Well, that and a particularly sharp pile of gold coins in my bed. We lost the work of Aristarchus of Samos. He was the human who first suggested that the Earth revolved around the sun. He figured it out 1,800 years before Copernicus. But because his book was lost in Alexandria, humanity spent nearly 2 millennia thinking they were the center of the universe. Talk about a main character syndrome that lasted for ages. We lost the history of the world by Berossus. We lost hundreds of plays by Sophocles and Euripides. You only have 7 plays by Sophocles. He wrote over 120. Imagine if you only had 7 episodes of your favorite TV show, and the rest were deleted forever. We lost the steam engine. Yes, a man named Hero of Alexandria invented a device called the Aeolipile, a steam-powered spinning sphere. He used the principles of thermodynamics. P, V, Viennads, R, N, R, T. Well, he didn't have the ideal gas law yet, but he understood that heating water created pressure. Because the library and its culture of inquiry faded, the steam age was delayed by over 1,500 years. If Alexandria had stayed open, you mortals would probably be vacationing on Mars by now. Or at least you'd have figured out how to make a printer that actually works. Part 7. The luxury of knowing too much. Contrast that loss with your life right now. You have the Wikipedia problem. You have so much information that you don't value any of it. You have access to every book, every song, and every fact check in seconds. If your internet goes down for 10 minutes, you act like you've been sent back to the Stone Age. The scholars of Alexandria would have walked 1,000 miles just to read one of the bad fan fictions stored on your phone. They spent their entire lives trying to find a single copy of a map that you can pull up on a satellite view while you're waiting for your microwave burrito. You have calm luxury. You have the peace of mind that comes from knowing that if you forget a fact, the world hasn't lost it. You can be sleepy because you aren't the last person on Earth who knows how to calculate the circumference of a circle. The weight of the world's knowledge is no longer on your shoulders. It's on a server farm in a desert somewhere, cooled by massive fans. You can afford to drift off. You can afford to let the history of the world wait until tomorrow. Part 8. The Final Scroll. The fire is dying down in my hearth. The embers are a deep, draconic orange, reflecting off the few ancient scrolls I managed to borrow before the fires got too hot. Alexandria is gone. The marble has been turned into lime. The Pharaoh's lighthouse is at the bottom of the sea, and the scrolls are dust. But the idea of Alexandria, the idea that humans should try to know everything, that survived. It survived in the monks who copied manuscripts by hand in freezing cells. It survived in the Islamic scholars who translated Greek math into Arabic. It survived in the Renaissance, and it survives in that little rectangle in your pocket. You are a walking, talking library of Alexandria. You are the dream of the Ptolemies, but with better plumbing and less lead in your wine. So, let your eyes get heavy. Imagine the sound of the Mediterranean waves hitting the harbor wall. Imagine the cool, dry air of the Great Hall, where the only sound is the rhythmic thrumming of a dragon's breath. The books are safe. The data is backed up. The cloud is holding steady. Breathe in, out. You don't have to stay awake to guard the wisdom. I've got this watch. I've seen enough centuries to know that even when you humans burn things down, you eventually start building them back up again. The library is closed for the night. The librarians have gone home to their stinking, wonderful city. The scrolls are rolled tight. Sleep now, tiny mortals. Dream of stars and steam engines. Dream of a world where nothing is ever truly lost. Good night, or as they might have said in Alexandria, before they threw their trash into the street, mind the puddle and sleep with the muses. Farewell. I'll be here when you wake up, still ancient, still hoarding, and still wondering why you haven't used all that knowledge to build me a better back-scratcher. Would you like me to tell you the story of how the lighthouse finally fell into the sea during an earthquake? Or should I let you sink into your memory foam abyss? Sleep. Now. Welcome back to my hoard, you fragile, climate-controlled mortals. Go on, get settled. Adjust that smart mattress that tracks your every twitch as if you're a specimen in a lab. Pull up that synthetic duvet, and make sure your white noise machine is set to gentle rain, and not existential dread. You're feeling quite secure, aren't you? You have a lock on your door, a flashlight in your pocket, and a police force that, for the most part, requires actual evidence before they throw you in a dungeon. Tonight, we are drifting back to the late 19th century. We are heading to 1888, a year when London was less a city and more a sprawling, soot-stained lung. We're going to talk about the man who lived at 221 B. Baker Street, Sherlock Holmes. Now, you've seen the modern adaptations. You think he's a fast-talking man in a scarf, or a bearded fellow with a penchant for slow-motion punching. But the real Holmes, he was a creature of his time, a time of gaslight, horse exhaust, and the kind of self-care that would get you arrested in 5 seconds today. I was there, of course, watching from the foggy chimneys as this tall, thin human tried to apply logic to a world that was fundamentally chaotic and incredibly smelly. Before we begin, feeding your grandchildren is quite expensive when all they eat is gold. So please consider liking and subscribing if you enjoy my stories, and let me know in the comments what tales you would like next from my hoard. Now, close your eyes. Breathe in your purified, lavender-scented air, and let me tell you about the world's first consulting detective. Part 1. The London pea super and other respiratory disasters. Before we meet the man, you must understand the atmosphere. You mortals love to romanticize the Victorian fog. You think it's a mysterious, ethereal mist that provides a perfect backdrop for a chase. It wasn't a mist. It was a pea super. London was powered entirely by low-grade coal. Every house, every factory, every bakery was spewing thick, yellowish-black smoke into the air. When the weather hit just right, that smoke mixed with the damp air from the Thames and stayed there. It didn't just obscure your vision. It had a texture. It tasted like sulfur and soot. If you spent a day walking through London, you didn't just blow your nose. You cleared a chimney out of your sinuses. Contrast that with your life. You get an air quality alert on your phone, and you decide to stay inside and order a kale smoothie. A Victorian mortal just called it Thursday, and hoped they didn't walk face first into a horse. And the streets? Oh, you're going to love this. There were roughly 300,000 horses in London. Each one produced about 20 pounds of exhaust a day. When it rained, the streets became a slurry of mud and manure. If you were a crossing sweeper, your entire career was dedicated to clearing a tiny path for wealthy people, so they didn't ruin their silk skirts in a river of filth. You complain if there's a pothole in your cul-de-sac. These people were wading through horse-flavored lasagna. Yet, in the middle of this grime, Holmes sat in his armchair, complaining that he was bored. Part 2. 221 B. Baker Street. A Hoard of Chaos. Now, let's talk about the apartment. Mrs. Hudson, the landlady, was the true hero of the stories. She had to deal with a tenant who used the wall for target practice, literally shooting a VR for Victoria Regina into the plaster with a revolver. Imagine your landlord's reaction if you decided to do some indoor ballistics. You'd be evicted before the smoke cleared. But Holmes was eccentric. His rooms were a disaster. He had chemical experiments bubbling in the corner, piles of old newspapers stacked to the ceiling, and a violin he would play at 3 a.m. when he couldn't sleep. He was a hoarder of information and a creator of domestic chaos. And then there was his 7% solution. You humans today are obsessed with wellness. You take your vitamins, you do your yoga, and you track your macros. Sherlock Holmes, when he was bored between cases, reached for a syringe. Cocaine and morphine were perfectly legal and available at your local chemist. He considered it a way to stimulate his overactive brain. Think about that. The world's greatest detective was technically high as a kite while solving some of the most complex crimes in history. You get confused if your coffee is decaf. He was out here deducing the origin of a tobacco ash, while his pupils were the size of dinner plates. It puts your daily struggles in perspective, doesn't it? Part 3. Forensic science, or the lack thereof. When Holmes started his career, forensic science was basically looking at a person and guessing if they looked like a criminal. There was a popular theory called phrenology, where people thought the bumps on your skull determined your personality. If you had a lumpy head, you were clearly a murderer. Holmes brought something revolutionary: actual chemistry. He developed a test for blood stains. Before him, if a suspect had a red stain on their sleeve, they could just say, "Oh, that's just strawberry jam." And the police would go, "Fair enough. Have a nice day." Holmes used chemical reagents, often involving complex precipitates, to prove that a stain was, in fact, hemoglobin. If we were to look at a simplified version of a chemical test he might have performed, he was essentially looking for the reaction of hydrogen peroxide, H2O2, with the iron in the blood to produce a visible color change. He was doing science, while the rest of Scotland Yard was still trying to remember where they left their whistles. He also studied 140 different varieties of pipe, cigar, and cigarette tobacco ash. You think you're observant because you noticed your neighbor got a new car. Holmes could tell you were in a specific part of London because of the mud on your left trouser leg. Contrast this with today. You have DNA testing. You have CCTV cameras on every street corner. You have satellite tracking. Holmes had a magnifying glass and a very high opinion of himself. He had to be brilliant because the world around him was so technologically primitive. He was the living computer of 1890, except he required more tobacco and was significantly more rude to his friends. Part 4. The Watson Dynamic, a mortal foil. And then there's John Watson. Poor, loyal, long-suffering Watson. He was a doctor who had served in the Second Anglo-Afghan War. He came back to London with a bullet wound and a pension that barely covered his rent. He was the everyman. He represents you, the mortal audience, stunned by the brilliance, confused by the process, and mostly just there to ask, "But how, Holmes?" Watson's medical knowledge was, by modern standards, terrifying. This was an era where germ theory was still relatively new. They were just beginning to realize that maybe, just maybe, surgeons should wash their hands before digging around in someone's chest. You have WebMD and urgent care centers. Watson had a black bag with some laudanum, some bandages, and a lot of hope. If you got a serious infection in 1890, your treatment plan was basically write your will and see if you can survive the fever. Yet, Watson was the heart of the stories. He was the one who translated Holmes's cold, reptilian logic into something humans could understand. Holmes would see a crime. Watson would see a tragedy. Holmes would see a puzzle. Watson would see a person. It's a classic dynamic. The dragon and the slightly less impressive dragon. Or in your case, the detective and the guy who writes down what the detective said. Part 5. The handsome reality versus modern travel. Let's talk about the hansom cab. You see them in the movies, a charming two-wheeled carriage with a driver sitting up high. It looks so romantic, doesn't it? Now, imagine the reality. It's raining. The cab has no windows, just a little wooden door and a leather flap. The driver is shouting at a horse that is currently contributing to the street's manure problem. The wheels are iron-rimmed, so every bump in the cobblestone road feels like it's trying to realign your spine. And the noise. You think a city is loud now with the humming of electric cars. Victorian London was a cacophony of iron on stone, hooves on mud, and people screaming at each other. Contrast that with your Uber. You sit in a silent, air-conditioned pod. You look at a little blue dot on your screen that tells you exactly where you are. You don't have to worry about the horse getting tired or the driver getting drunk on gin. Holmes would have loved your world. He would have solved every case in 30 seconds using Google Maps and a doorbell camera. But where's the fun in that? The mystery is born from the shadows, and your world has far too many LED lights. Part 6. A Scandal in Bohemia. The Woman. One of the most famous cases involves Irene Adler. She was the woman. She wasn't a criminal mastermind in the traditional sense. She was an opera singer who happened to have a compromising photograph of the King of Bohemia. In 1891, a photograph was a nuclear weapon of scandal. There was no deleting it from the cloud. If that physical piece of paper got out, a monarchy could fall. Holmes was hired to get it back. He used disguises. He was a master of them. He could turn himself into a drunken groom or a venerable clergyman so convincingly that even Watson couldn't recognize him. You disguise yourself today by putting on a hat and sunglasses so you don't have to talk to someone you know at the grocery store. Holmes changed his entire physiology. He used stage makeup, changed his walk, and even his breathing patterns. But here's the kicker. Irene Adler beat him. She saw through his ruse. She outmaneuvered him and escaped with the photo, leaving him with nothing but a sovereign and a lesson in humility. He kept her photograph in his desk for the rest of his life. Not because he was in love. Holmes considered love an emotional thing, and whatever is emotional is opposed to that true cold reason, which I place above all things. No, he kept it because she was the one human who proved he wasn't invincible. It's a very draconic sentiment. I don't care much for your romance, but I do respect anyone who can successfully steal a piece of my hoard. Part 7. The disgusting truth of Victorian crime. You watch true crime documentaries while eating popcorn. You find it thrilling. But crime in Holmes's London was bleak. This was a city with no social safety net. If you couldn't pay your rent, you didn't go to a shelter. You went to the workhouse, which was essentially a prison where they made you break rocks or pick apart old rope for 12 hours a day in exchange for a bowl of thin gruel. The East End of London was a nightmare. 10 people living in a single room that hadn't seen a breeze in a decade. The smell was a mixture of rotting cabbage, unwashed bodies, and the proximity of the tanneries, where they used dog waste. Yes, really, to process leather. You think your life is stressful because you have too many emails. These mortals were living in a world where Jack the Ripper was actively haunting the streets, and the police were so overwhelmed they spent most of their time just trying to stop people from stealing loaves of bread. Holmes brought a sense of order to this chaos. He didn't care about the social status of his clients. He would help a king, and he would help a penniless governess. He was a champion of the truth in a city that was drowning in lies and soot. And the disgusting crimes, people being poisoned with arsenic, which, by the way, was in the wallpaper, the makeup, and the medicine. People were literally dying because their fashionable green walls were off-gassing poison. If we look at arsenic, specifically arsenic trioxide, As2O3, it was everywhere. It was the unseen killer. Holmes, with his chemistry sets, was the only one who could differentiate between a natural death and a calculated murder. Part 8. The Death and Resurrection of Holmes. Eventually, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, The mortal who wrote these stories got bored. He wanted to write serious historical novels. He hated that his detective was more popular than his real work. So, in the final problem, he sent Holmes to Switzerland, to the Reichenbach Falls, to have a final showdown with Professor Moriarty, the Napoleon of crime. They both went over the cliff. Holmes was dead. The public reaction was insane. You think fandoms are intense today because people tweet angry things when a character dies. Victorian mortals wore black armbands in mourning. They cancelled their subscriptions to the magazine. They sent death threats to Conan Doyle. They couldn't accept a world without Sherlock Holmes, because he represented the idea that the world made sense. That if you were smart enough and observant enough, the monsters couldn't win. After 10 years of pressure, Conan Doyle brought him back. He explained that Holmes had survived using Baritsu, a Japanese martial art. It was a bit of a stretch, but the mortals didn't care. Their hero was back. It's a testament to the power of a good story. Even I, a dragon who has seen eons pass, find the resilience of this thin, arrogant detective quite impressive. Part 9. Why you're still listening. The fire in my hearth is burning low now. The embers are a deep draconic red, glowing like the tip of Holmes's pipe in the dark of 221B Baker Street. Why do you mortals find this so relaxing? Why do you want to hear about the pea super and the horse manure and the arsenic wallpaper while you drift off? It's because you like the idea that there's a solution. Your world is complicated. You have problems that don't have clear villains. You have algorithms and global shifts and complex socio-economic factors. You can't solve your problems with a magnifying glass and a 7% solution. But in the world of Sherlock Holmes, the mystery ends. The truth comes out. The villain is caught, or at least identified. And Watson writes it all down in a neat little story. You are safe. You are warm. You are living in a future that Holmes would have found miraculous. You have the calm luxury of a world where the horses are gone and the pea supers are a memory. So, let your eyes get heavy. Imagine the sound of a violin playing a melancholy tune. Imagine the flickering light of a gas lamp on a rainy London street. Breathe in. Out. The fog is rolling in, but it can't reach you here. The game is afoot, but you are the spectator. You are the one who gets to rest. I'll stay here, guarding the hoard and keeping an eye on the shadows. No Moriartys are going to sneak in past me. I'm far more dangerous than a Swiss waterfall. Sleep well, tiny mortals. May your deductions be simple, and your dreams be free of tobacco ash. Good night. Or as Holmes might say, before he ignored you for 3 days to study a bloodstain, Data! 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 I cannot make bricks without clay. But for you, the bricks are done. The house is built. Sleep. Now